Welcome to the puzzle stream. Let's play at least one puzzle. Hopefully more than one, but you never know. Sometimes they take us something on the order of hours, and that's very much the case for many of the escape rooms we've played in the past by Redbeard, who just uploaded 2 new ones after an absence of about a year. We haven't played escapes really all year ourselves, so we'll see if we still know how. And we're going to take a look at Winter Wanderlust, which was just uploaded about a week ago. A peaceful trek through nature. Answers are words or phrases. So, for the first time in a very long time, we have our trusty notepad, because we've needed it in the past. And I'm also going to pin the level code, since it's likely to stay for some time, except Twitch chat is being glitchy and it's not letting me pin the message, so we'll see what we can do. Whoops. Hang on. Yeah, I'm not sure why. But anyway, the level code's in the chat, and we'll try to fix that later. Let's play. Okay, let's just get a lay of the land and see what exactly we're going to be dealing with. You never know what's going to be relevant. Odd one out. Notice the placement of the question blocks. It might actually be a clue and not just a logo. Again, you never know at a level like this. Okay, so Boom Boom is here. Usually this means something like a crossword puzzle or a series of words that we have to fill in. I'm going to take some screenshots along the way just so we can keep track of what it is we're doing, so we don't have to fill in too much later. But it does look like maybe it is going to be something like a series of words that will connect through the middle. So I should in fact get this down in the notepad in some fashion. So just one moment while we do this, because we haven't done this in a long time. And I'm just going to fill in the solution that we'll ultimately be looking for between the Boom Boom and the fish. Because it looks like we want a 5-letter word. So then we want a 7-letter word. With the solution being at the end. We'll align this later. And then another 5. Then a 6. And yeah, we'll just copy this down. And then there will be a 2. Then there's going to be a 9. Then we'll just line things up accordingly. And then we'll fill in the empty lines as well, so you know what we're looking for. So in the end, this is going to spell out some kind of final word. You have 2 letters here that have to be filled in between, and I guess we'll just determine what those are. Okay, let's take the notepad off and continue. And then, okay, Goombas. It's going to be... Well, we'll also check the pipe, because it might be something like a code entry. That's usually the case. Often we've seen in some of these puzzles in the past that, oh, here's another series of words. Something about audio. But yeah, we're going to have to read the whole thing. Xiao Schnaps Theory Audio. And we better write this down as well. Hang on. And then we have the second line, which is Knights Eon Scratch Aioli. Obviously, the first thing we should look for here is whether the length of anything here matches up to the other crossword above. Not so far. We better denote the first one as Boom Boom and Fish. Boom Boom Fishbone, rather. Because we have another word puzzle over here, which is going to be Snowball Question Block. And I'll screenshot this as well for easy reference, but I think we might actually want it into notepads as we're solving, so let's just jot it down. We're going to have 2. And then a 10. Then a 7. And a 10. And notice that there's nothing that is not filled in this time with rows that have bricks. 3, 5, 8, and 7. And we'll just line this up quickly. It might seem a little laborious to do it this way, but I know from past experience that it's the easy way to just keep our notes somewhat organized. So that's how we'll do it. Yeah, that's through the pipe. And then you've got a lot of Goombas going on here. It seems like the numbers matter quite a bit. We'll have to screenshot some of that. Also, yeah, it looks like we have a couple of segments here that are going to connect in some fashion. Let's not run into the burner. We'll go back and document some of this once we have a better sense of how the level is organized and, moreover, where the solution entry is going to be. It wraps all the way around, and it is the same room. So there's probably some kind of correspondence that we're looking for between this room and the other room. Now, we still haven't seen where the eventual code entry or door is going to be, so we should go back and take a look at that. Notice that we basically have 4 types to work with. Power Goomba, Goomba, and Big Goomba, and Big Power Goomba. So there are 4 varieties that we need to track. And we probably should have some way of keeping track. It looks like there might be some kind of scrambling that's going on here, where we use the Goomba configuration in the previous page to try to maybe match up to this count, but maybe not. We see a lot more of the big power Goombas on this one. We see 3 of them. We'll just do a bit of a spot check here just to see how the numbers line up. They don't line up at all, I don't think. But it might be something like a unit count or something, where you say, for instance, that little Power Goomba is worth 2, and Big Goomba is worth 5, and Big Power Goomba is therefore worth 10. And I think that it's probably just a numerical key. So, if that's the case, then we can kind of use this screen here. I don't know what the slopes are doing other than maybe just making them walk in a roughly organized fashion, but if we try to use that as the key, well, actually, let's say this is just our hypothesis. Goomba 1, our Goomba 2, Big Goomba was 5, Big Para for 10. Let's try that. That's just going to be our hypothesis for the time being. And if that's the case, then in these rows, we can just count up accordingly and maybe use this as a sequence of numbers and try to match up that sequence of numbers to something like the other clues that we have, because we know that the ice columns each have a series of 8 down here. The ice blocks are 8 long, and we have a field of 8 over here, so it may be some kind of scrambling clue that might be relevant. Although maybe not, because the big powers are worth 10 by our theory, and if that's the case, then we actually have some numbers that go pretty high here. But if we take a look at this, then we can try to maybe determine, this is just a bit of a stab in the dark in terms of what it means, but we can just jot down some numbers and see if maybe they recur in some fashion that will give us more information. So at the top left, let's actually freeze this for just a moment. And maybe freeze this a little further over so we can see. Actually, no, we kind of need to let it walk, don't we? That's okay, it's going to time out eventually, but we'll use this moment to just jot down some notes. On the top left, we see 1 and 2 and 5. That is going to be 7. No, that's 8, right? The second one is going to be 2 and 2 and 5. That's going to be 9. Third one is just going to be 2. And then 5. Again, I don't know if the slopes are going to matter, if it's going to be a critical part of the design. Bottom left is rather big. Actually, looking at this, I'm also looking at the amount of space that is being taken up by each of those slots. I don't think it matters. It's very difficult to calculate that because of the slopes anyway, in terms of the area in unit tiles. Anyway, 1 plus 2 plus 5 plus 10, that's going to be 18 at the bottom. And then, yeah, my theory might be just completely off, but let's say we go 14, let's say we go 1, and then let's say we go 12. So, I have no idea what that means or whether it's even remotely accurate, but it's a theory, and we'll just go with it. We, again, haven't seen much in terms of code entry, or we don't know what any of this stuff means. But we might need to correlate it to something that's in the first screen. Things like the cloud placements are likely to matter as well. It might be something like a reflection as well, and maybe I'm just thinking this because of the Mang Laser Kitty level from last year, but, you know, where you do like a slope reflection. But it might also be a bunch of connective pieces where you think about the tracks as correlating to a particular shape, where you overlay them in a certain way, which might be difficult from a note-taking perspective. We might have to go into the maker mode to look at some of this. Anyway, that's going to be timeout, so let's start over. And yeah, Luca, that's exactly the emote that's appropriate for the occasion, although you'll notice we don't actually have the raccoon tail just yet. Odd one out. Yeah, so we don't know how to use the word clue here either. Oh, Meng's here too. What do you know, chasing the kitty laser all the way to this level. Oh yeah, there's a checkpoint. We didn't use that. No coins or anything, so oh, okay, this might be a clue. as to the pattern that we're looking for. It looks like it is telling you that it is a reflection, in fact. Where, look at how this diagonal is projecting. If it's hitting the corner, it's just stopping, and it's giving you a length of 5. And maybe it's giving me a length. Notice how the cloud is also projecting in all directions, and maybe that's something that's going to be relevant. The burner is also kind of projecting in this direction. I think it's going to be sketching an image that we go to that clue. So it looks like this room is kind of the key to the other room. Where, yeah, we think of the cloud as maybe projecting in 3 directions. It could even be all 4, but the thing is there's no context clue for that with the tile up top remaining empty. So I think the cloud is just kind of projecting in 3 directions. The burner in the direction of travel, and it is reflecting off the slopes. And the beams reflect off the slopes, but they hit the corner and stop. Possibly it's the distances that are going to matter in terms of giving me a count, because if it's hitting a corner, that's the only thing that I'm thinking is going to be relevant, is that there's going to be a number there. We'll go down this pipe in a little bit, because that's probably how we obtain the key. We'll look at this little crossword. It's almost certainly a crossword in a bit as well, where probably you fill in the crossword and then you have to look at the letter placement to see what's there. But let's try to do something with the reflection clue first. Because then we can sketch some shapes. You know, I wonder if this is kind of like an analogy where, you know, Boom Boom is to the fishbone as the snowball is to the question block in some way, but we don't know what exactly. Maybe. Yeah, there's some kind of correlation between the two that's going to become relevant. And maybe there's a bit of a scrambling that's going on too. I should think about what the correlation is between this ice column and the other one, since we have that down in the notes already. But I guess we should look for the overall shape of the information we're looking for. Also notice that we do have 8 words of a given length here. But that doesn't seem to correspond to the length of the strings that we need in the other room prior to that. We basically have a lot of sets of 8 that we should be looking for. And right now the choice of words doesn't seem to have any meaning to me, but it might just be the composition of letters. Because as a Scrabble player, the first thing I notice is that audio, aioli, and Erie are all letters that have 1 consonant and 4 vowels, for instance. In fact, that is such a useful Scrabble list that, you know, there's only a finite number of letters that actually have that property in terms of 1 consonant out of 5 letters. And I actually have seen the whole list many times over, because it's the kind of thing that gets you out of trouble. Likewise, if you look at something like Schnapps or night, you'll notice that these words have 1 vowel and are otherwise all consonants. Likewise, if you look at Eon and Chow, again, 1 consonant and the rest are vowels. And Scratch kind of has the same property here as Schnapps and Night, where it is, once again, 1 vowel. So it might actually be that, well, the first thing that we were told in the level is odd 1 out. And the odd 1 out in each of these cases is either the consonant or the vowel, which tells you that there's going to be a certain placement here. And that means that we should actually look at the letters that have been singled out. So in Chow it would be C, in Night it would be I, for instance. Jimmy Rose says, we're not doing a Qbot today because I'm solving puzzles that can take me a couple hours at a time, which means that I won't be able to get to anything that's in the list. But we do run viewer levels on a fairly regular basis on the weekends. So let's take up the notepad again, because I think we've solved this first one, which is that we take a look at the consonant or the vowel that sticks out. In this case, it would be C, A, R, D, I, N, A, L. Cardinal. Like the bird. So we have the first word that is like a usable word already, which is cardinal. And I see. Odd one out is the first thing that we saw in the previous screen, which then gives you a clue as to how to read this. So I see the pattern now. In terms of how the two rooms correspond. That the main world tells you in sequence what to look for in the subworld. So the main world said odd one out, which means that we found the odd one out and it said cardinal. That means that the top side with Boom Boom and Fishbone is also going to give me this. Notice that Boom Boom has 8 letters, Fishbone has 8 letters, Snowball has 8 letters, and the question block we don't know what it is, but maybe the question block is what we are trying to solve. We're trying to find the object that is denoted by the question block, given the 8 letters here. But we don't know what the correspondence between those is going to be, so let's maybe take a look at some of those numbers again. And see what we can determine. And let's reorganize notes a bit, because now that we know that odd one out is pertinent to the first one, so. Let's say 2 is going to be ice blocks. And it's going to be something like Boom Boom is to Fishbone and Snowball is to something else. It might be something like letters that are held in common. Boom Boom and Fishbone, for instance. I'm not really sure because... Or maybe it says like boom and fish, or... I don't know. The fact that these are all 8 letters... Although Fishbone is maybe a little bit dubious. It could be Fishbone, it could be Fishbones. I don't really know, but... Yeah, we just don't know what the numbers mean at this point, but this should be sufficient information, basically, to figure out what's going on with the Snowball later on. I'm just looking at the numbers in the notes to see if maybe there's some kind of unscrambling that has to happen here. Yeah, this one might take some thinking. I don't know if I have sufficient information yet, but it should be. We need to see what the actual key entry is like. We'll go back to this, but we need to see how we're going to be punching in a solution and what information we're looking for. I see. So this is going to be the code entry screen. You basically have to activate a certain sequence of tracks. And that sequence of tracks is going to give you the key. And it is going to be, let's see, 6 and 7. It's going to be 13 unique characters, and I don't know what the ultimate length of the string is going to be, but I would imagine it's going to be something like 8. But since everything else here is in sets of 8, no, it might be something like this. So we've got 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, it might be 10 characters from this, because this doesn't correspond to anything else in the other screen. Now, the fact that these numbers for the Goomba are as high as they are tell me that they might be sequentially letters of the alphabet, like A equals 1, B equals 2, etc. Let's go with that possibility, and let's see if this gives me a usable word. Because we've got the numbers that we want already, 8, 9, 2, 5, 18, 14, 1, 12. It might be another 8-letter word. So supposing that is the case, it's going to be H, I, B, E. And 18 is... I do know this. N is 14, so N-O-P... R should be R. Yeah, because S is 19. And... Oh, hibernate. Okay. Hibernate? No. This feels like it's missing a... Hibernal, probably. Yeah, hibernal. Notice the similarity with cardinal. Hibernal, cardinal. So, yeah, the Goomba clue. So far, we basically have cardinal, 2, something, 3, hibernal. And I bet... Yeah, and then let's see what we get from part 4, which is the deflection or reflection, I guess. The beams. I don't know what to call it. Let's say beams. Let's count the number of squares I have to work with first of all. 1, 2, 3. Actually, no. Count the number of sources. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Well, it's going to be shapes, so we don't really know. But basically, if the cloud kind of gives you a bit of a cross here, where it comes down, it probably spells out something. Like how this would be the letter U, for instance, because you would, you know, go down, left, up. That would be a letter U. This would kind of deflect across and give you like a letter M. Like U, M would be the last letters. And yeah, let's say that the beam kind of goes through. Then the cloud is a little bit strange here because it would basically go... Well, we'd need to go back to the key, I think, and see. But it's going to be 8 letters, I think. It's going to be 8 slots, basically. Like, this is the first one, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and then U-M. So, let's just get some notes down. I'm kind of just visualizing this in my head as we go, so because I can't be bothered to actually sketch this out in the palette. But if you think about this deflection, there's going to be a G. Probably geranium. It's probably geranium. Let's go with that hypothesis. Clouds project either way. E. Yeah, it's geranium. We see it already. This is... We'll just confirm, so we're not guessing. But yeah, the cloud is going to project in all directions, which means you basically have strokes from an A here. And then, yeah, it's geranium for sure, I think. Wait, it was the second... Was this one an R? It should be an R. Yeah, because this beam is going to rotate all around. This is going to give you the stroke to the corner. This is going to be stroke down here, stroke to the corner, stroke up, terrain. How is this an I? Oh, yes, I see. I see what's going on now with cloud. The cloud is not projecting all directions. It's more that when a beam hits the cloud, then it projects along the perpendicular. And that's why you know that when this beam hits the cloud projects along the perpendicular, one beam goes down, one beam goes up, and then passes overhead, deflects across both diagonals, comes down. So that's how you know the word is geranium. It's nice that I just managed to solve this from extremely partial information. So, part 4 is geranium. Now, we have to go back to part 2 and see what's going on, because... Oh, there's an upper level. Does the upper level give me anything useful? No. It does not. But basically we have a couple of 8-lettered words, and there's a little bit of similarity or overlap between them in some cases. But... And maybe we have to plug them in here. Because let's say we have Snowball or something. I think it is still an analogy of some sort, where Boom Boom is to Fishbone as Snowball is to our target word, which is going to be 8 letters. And we need to look for some kind of... But I don't know what all of the other bricks projecting from it are going to be then. It might be a rotational cipher. Oh, it probably is rotational cipher. That's what it is. That's why... Yes, it is rotational cipher. Yes. Here's how I know. Boom Boom and Fishbone. If it's Boom Boom, then these two blocks here are B and O. Okay. Right? Now, you know that Boom, B plus 5 equals F. So, basically we go Boom, Boom, and then you either add or subtract. So B plus 5 equals F. And then O, if I'm correct, B plus 4 actually, B, C, D, E, F. Yeah, B plus 4 equals F. O minus 6 would equal I. Because it's I, J, K, L, M, N. Oh, yeah, that's right. And likewise, O plus 4. O, P, Q, R, S equals S. So basically, you know, you have Fishbone. So, we basically take Snowball. We don't even need to complete this. We know it's going to be Fishbone. Because it is just going to work. So basically, for the other clue, we just plug in Snowball. And then we complete the cipher. So S minus 1 equals R. Let's see how I'm going to tab this. 1. Hang on, I'm just figuring out my note-taking style here. Let's just say R. N minus... I've got to eyeball this here. 14 minus 9 is going to be 5, right? So it should be E. E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N. E, well, yeah, because E would be the first one here. E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N. Yep. So it's going to be E. O is 15 minus 6. It's going to be 9, which is going to be H, I believe. No, it's going to be I. W, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. W, X, Y, Z. W is 23. 23 minus 9 is going to be 14. Should be N. B plus 2 is going to be D. Reindeer. It's reindeer. Okay, so here we are. Cardinal, reindeer, hibernal, geranium. Okay, we don't know how to actually plug this in yet, but it's going to plug into here somehow. It's 4 words, and then you just plug them in, but in the configuration that works. Okay, so we basically take these 4 words, and then there's only going to be one way that they will click. If we think about it, yeah, basically there's going to be one shared letter that's in 3rd position. So we just look for the only similarity in 3rd position, which is going to be R. And so either it's going to be 1 across Cardinal and 1 down Geranium, or it's going to be 1 across Geranium and 1 down Cardinal, and so we just constrain this further. Supposing that 1 across is Cardinal, then the next intersection is going to be N in 3rd position. That doesn't exist anywhere, so we know that's not going to be the case. If it's Geranium... Oh, that's still N in 3rd position that we're looking for. No, it's not. It's Cardinal has I in 3rd position, which gives you Reindeer. Okay, yeah, I get it. If it's Cardinal, then it's going to give you this configuration. Cardinal, and then Rainy. Then up here you get Reindeer. And then down here you're going to get Hibernal. And then now you take the highlighted letters, and then you can basically just resolve what they're going to be. I'm just going to toggle them to lowercase because it'll be easiest to see. See E, R here, D, and then A, N, D, B, Q, E, and then we just unscramble, I think. R, E, D, A, N, D, B, Q, E. Red and blue, probably. Oh, I'm missing the L here. Red and blue. Yeah, there we go. Red and blue. And so we just hit everything that's red and blue, and that'll give me the key. Okay, hopefully we know what colors are. And let's go for it. That's red. Blue. Red. Blue. And mushroom qualifies as red, surely. And then let's hit it. There we go. Now let's see if there's a final puzzle, or if this is actually the end. Oh. And 3 1-ups for Endless. That's a GG. That's the fastest escape room in a long time. We might even have time for another. Because these usually take me about 2 or 3 hours at least. But that was a nice, gentle reintroduction to the genre, so. You know what? We've got time. Let's do another one. Because there were 2 that were uploaded. Maybe the other one's going to be not so gentle. A King's Loop. Okay. Let me just set up the notepad for this one. I'll just be a moment. Yeah, that worked out rather well. And this time I'll see if I can actually successfully pin the code in chat. Didn't work for me last time, but should work this time. Okay. I don't know why Twitch chat is just a little glitchy in my browser sometimes. Check the notepad. Okay, there we go. King's Loop. Let's see if this is anywhere near as gentle. We didn't even need to look at the screenshots in the other one in the end. You know, we documented them. Solve logic puzzles. Each answer is a word or phrase. Hints optional. Well, you know we don't do hints on this stream. Not very often, anyway. Okay. We get to swim. This totally looks helical, like a DNA sequence. It also tells me that it's not going to be something like a key door, because otherwise we'd just be able to collect keys. There are no key doors in this level. That's how you know. So that's not going to be the kind of exit we're looking for. Good way to tell the player right off the bat that there will be no key doors in this level. And we're going to have lots of rooms this time. Ah, skull room. That usually tells me that that's going to be some kind of door entry. Passcode with a bomb, probably, if there's no key. Yes, it is going to be a bomb. That you hit this and then you probably have a bomb drop from the top left in the note block, if it is correct. After some kind of mechanism, and then the donut blocks are just a depth slot, I think, for the rising and falling lava in the event that it's necessary. So, yeah, this is just going to be kind of a binary code with 9 entries. And they are all going to be distinct down here. So basically it will identify things that we have to hit. It's going to be a yes or no for each of these elements. And we'll look for that. We'll need some kind of scheme for all these doors. That's a lot of doors and pipes. So we'll see about pipes. We'll just have to document which room is which. This looks like it's much longer than the previous one, which just had 4 sub-clues. Okay, let's see what's going on here. Not odd. Even, probably. Not cold is hot. And exist is here. I wonder if the semi-solid backgrounds or fine backgrounds actually matter, or if they're just here to designate things that are words. I think this is a phrase. It's a string that's going to be a... Yeah, it's going to be some kind of sentence where, you know, these are going to be one-letter words, like or something. Not odd. Well, even doesn't seem to fit. I wonder if there's some kind of correlation between the semi-solids on a top row and the ones on a bottom row, but we'll have to see. Not cold. Well, let's actually hit the blocks to see if they're just coins or if there's something else. Okay, they're just coins. Exist. Possibly, this is just... well, we'll see. Let's explore, because maybe there's a correspondence to some other room that we need to look for, like a correspondence to the other yellow pipe, where there's going to be a contextual clue from another room. We'll see. Actually, I do want to check, since their colored pipes do come in pairs. Although maybe that doesn't make sense, because the red pipe would be paired with the code entry pipe, so that wouldn't necessarily be sensible. The sound effects that we are triggering do seem to matter, because it seems like the sound might correlate with a certain shape. Yeah, and then probably you would need to go into each of these blocks, see where the sound effects lie, and then think about how the shapes are composed. For example, this one gives you music. In the top left, it gives you the spark. So let's see which one gave me the spark. Is this one the spark? Yeah, and the spark is probably telling you that you draw the line from that point. So this would be kind of like a lowercase... I don't know. Any other sound effects? Yes. Let's take a look at that shape, because if I'm not correct, that would basically give you... Yeah, this would basically give you the letter K, I think. Like, first letter would be K. Okay, we basically know how to do this one then. It's not hard. It's going to be letters all across as well. And we should be able to assemble some of this by partial information without having to actually do this exhaustively. It's going to be a 9-letter word that starts with K. So let's get the notes out. Let's say red, left. It's going to be a 9-letter word. First letter is K. And I should probably take notes about the shapes here so we don't need to keep retracing, but... Yes. Laughter at the bottom left, pig at the top. We basically have to do this manually, I think. It's going to be a line at the bottom. And then a spark in the middle, which we know is actually just vertical. And then pig, line going this way. Yeah, this is going to take time just to do, even though we know exactly how it works at this point. The pig basically gives you a curve coming down through the middle. I think it's a J. Pig goes this way. Line goes this way. It's a J. Pretty sure. Unless there's any other symbol here that we don't know about. No, that can't be right. KJ? No. That would be a word. But the pig is going this way. Laughter goes this way. That means that you do have a line going on top. You have something going down in the middle, possibly. Let me check what the spark is again. It was... Oh, no. I got the spark and the firework mixed up. That was the issue. Yeah. Yeah, firework is the vertical. Spark is actually this shape here. So that's actually a vertical. That's actually a capital I then. Because the spark here would create this shape. So it's going to be I, which makes sense because the second one, if this is a word, should in fact be a vowel. And again, spark is going to give me this bottom corner here. Sorry, firework is going to give me... It's not even a firework. I need to call this something. Flash and spark. Yes, flash and spark. Firework is something else completely in this game, even though it's not relevant to this room. Let's comb this through carefully. It looks like this is just an L. This is going to give you something vertical. Vertical. And then something in the top corner there. Is, I think, actually just anything in the center? Yes, and then music note. That gives you M, actually, because this goes up. Music note gives you this shape. The yay, rather, gives you this shape. This gives you a down diagonal, and this shape here. Sparks give you this column. So it should be K-I-M. Then, this is going to give you flash, laughter over here. We'll go back to this room. This is going to take a couple of attempts to sort out. 1-5 Pirate, welcome. We finished one escape room already today, which is unusually quick. Let's go back to that room, and let's just see what this could be. Certainly looked like an M anyway, this third one here. Yeah, so K-I... Oh, did we not fill this one in properly? Yeah, no. We actually missed something. M is the fourth letter. AILM. Yeah, Spark's going to give me this bottom corner shape here. Let's not lose track of where we are. This is going to give you the bottom corner shape here. And what else? Laughter is... keep forgetting what everything is. It's going to be a straight line that way. Yeah, this way. And then bottom corner. Any other sounds that I should be aware of here? Pig. I think that's an I. I think it's the same thing as before, actually. It's the same. It's basically the same clue as before. No? Or here? Yeah, laughter, pig, laughter, spark. Yeah, it's basically an I as before. This just goes up. This is yeah. This is L. This is I. And then laughter goes right. Spark goes up. What is this? This looks like an S. And Parnassus, yeah, we are just doing the puzzle stream today. Well, we do run an open queue on the weekends. So we do run viewer levels from time to time, but I usually also do a puzzle stream when I can to get through levels that take much, much longer, so we don't just keep people waiting all day. This looks like it's this similar kind of shape again, except this is going to be up. This is going to be right. I think this is a T. Now, this string doesn't make any sense to me just so far, but it might be something we need to look at, perhaps. Okay, so this is going to give you the kind of L shape. Does give you a stroke. I think there's going to be an E. Yeah, there's going to be an E. Of course, there's always, you know, the possibility of data entry errors as well. Yeah, stroke kind of fills in this. This kind of gives you any sounds down here? Let's see. Doesn't seem to make sense. Oh, here it is. Okay. This gives you this shape. Doesn't seem to make sense. This gives you this corner. Looks kind of like a backwards R. Like this is an E. It totally looks like a backwards R. That doesn't look right though. I might have done something wrong here. This gives you... Oh, well, let's make sure that we have all the shapes that we need. We've got notes, pig, spark. Spark should give me this. Pig should give me this. Why is it a backwards R then? Let me check this, just to be absolutely sure. Yeah, top is going to be a square. Music note is located here, right? Oh no, because this stroke starts here. Yeah, it is a forwards R, not a backwards R. I don't know if I entered something incorrectly. It just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But we'll just go back to this once we assemble some other clues and see if maybe we had some kind of error. Because, yeah, I wonder if I'm off by letter or something. But even by similarity, I think maybe this is just something I don't recognize. Okay, let's go bottom left yellow. See what we have. Alright, we have another series of letter strings, and... oh, that's interesting. So the pokey is going to point to the right. Pokey is 4 high. Now what would that mean? Got 5 over here. Oh, I see it. Probably... Yeah, you see 5 tracks here. And... Muncher, Goomba, Blooper. 7 tiles on the right, 5 on the left. Yeah, Solar Fair, the side-scrolling puzzle. Yeah, I still haven't solved it, but I will probably go back to it at some point. I sometimes even go back to puzzles months after I've looked at them, if I suddenly think of some kind of breakthrough. But it's very clear that I was missing some step when I got as far as I did on the previous stream. Alright, so I don't know where the pokey fits into this so far. It's clear that... Well, I mean, let's take a look at the number of red blocks, because the number of red blocks might spell something out to me. So, for example, if we have Muncher, we know that's going to be 7 letters, right? So, do we have 7 red blocks that are right here? Or 7 blanks, perhaps. We have 3 out of a possible 12. Okay, so it's not going to be that. But maybe there's some kind of similarity that is being denoted. 5 here also tells me that possibly these are vowels or something. Spike top. Muncher. No similarity there. Blooper. Like, if we are looking at the names of the things that are attached here, then possibly we should be looking at some kind of similarity, like string similarity between Muncher and Blooper, for instance, but... And then trying to discern something from that. Okay, so... I don't know what the pokey is all about. It might be... Like, I'm sort of visualizing the pokey walking across this or something, and maybe that's relevant, but... I'm just basically looking at the numbers of blocks here and trying to determine if that would narrow down what we can do with that space. But we haven't looked at it closely enough yet. And so far, the one clue that we have solved, the one in the red room, doesn't seem to give me very useful information, but then, you know, maybe we'll have to go back to that somehow. And we also haven't looked at the doors yet, because possibly the doors have their own set of clue that allow you to assemble the information from the other ones. Yeah, so... The bloopers here are almost certain... not the bloopers, the Cheep Cheeps here are almost certainly relevant to something. You have... probably some kind of word association. The positioning might also matter in terms of, you know, where they're bouncing and overlapping. It could tell you something useful. But basically you have a whole bunch of word pairs. You have 7 pairs of different lengths. Let's take a look at each of these, because you've got a set of 7 here, 3 keys corresponding to a coin in that position. We don't know yet because we haven't taken a look at the rooms in the corners, but yeah, it's possible that you basically have... Oh, there's no block here. Interesting. So this is just an exit-only door. Interesting. Unless it's just completing a shape or something. Hints. Oh, we don't need hints. Get out of here. Well, we don't need hints yet anyway. We'll take this into consideration eventually. Yeah, we at least know what the hint room is, but I'm not going to bother looking at it yet. we can do without so far. We're still doing the initial scan. Yeah, Solar Fair, you said you learned a bit more about that level, but nothing that specifically helped you. Yeah. Yeah, there have been a couple of other streamers who have cleared it so far. I see their names on it. But I have not looked at their solutions. There's something mechanical that I'm missing, and we'll just have to go back to it. Okay, we still haven't determined what's going on in this room. Let's go back to it and just scan it again. Because, of course, I'm kind of looking at numbers, similarities, etc. to see what the patterns might be. It looks like that we would... Yeah, I don't understand the pokey, though. But what if we... Okay, so let me think about this for a moment. Grinder, Spike Top, Muncher, Goomba, Bluebird. Do the numbers of letters in their names tell me anything? Not really. However, Spike Top has 7 unique letters. No, that's not going to work because Grinder has 6 unique letters. This probably has something to do with the other, correspondence room that we've seen. But, like, I'm looking at 5 on the left and I'm thinking, oh, maybe 5 vowels, maybe 5 something else, but it's clearly some kind of string transformation. We go from 5 to 7 and then there's some kind of correlation. So you have 5 red blocks on the right side that have been blocked off. Yeah, we don't know yet. This one, I'll need to approach again. I'll pass it for the time being until we get a sense of what some of the other rooms are like, and we'll just continue going anti-clockwise. Okay, this might be useful. I wonder if the rooms actually are totally isolated or not. These are names. Hunter Thompson, Hunter S. Thompson. James Garfield. I don't know my presidential middle initial, unfortunately. This is going to be like Samuel L. Jackson. And this is going to be Craig T. Nelson. Mr. Incredible. So, I actually don't know James Garfield's middle name, to be honest. Like I said, I don't know my presidents, but it's going to be S something. L. And then T. Is it James A. Garfield? If it is, then it's going to be Salt. I don't know. Otherwise, it's going to be like Sills or something. I don't think it's James I. Garfield. I'd remember that. Almost certainly A. So this is probably just Salt. I'll take this in the notepad. This is a fairly simple one. Then it's going to be Hunter S. Thompson. James, let's say A question mark. Because Americans in the room can maybe correct me on this. And then it's going to be Samuel L. Jackson and Craig D. Nelson. So let's say it's Salt. I kind of think that I probably got something wrong, because maybe I should Google that. I don't know what Kilmister is. It sounds vaguely Irish. But maybe there's something else going on there. It might be a name. Actually, I'm Googling this. Oh, okay. So the first hit. I know that Redbeard pulls this kind of thing every now and then, where he has like one Google puzzle. Like there was one that required you to know the Klingon word for the number 21 or something like that. If you look up Kill Mister in Google, the very first hit is the English musician Lemmy. Aha, because suddenly, you see Mario, so you see something that's Mario related, so that gives you a clue that Lemmy is going to be one of the elements that you have to activate. All right, very simple. I'm glad we puzzled that out. Yeah, Lemmy Kill Mister. Okay, so we got that. RX7 man, welcome. So that room is resolved at least. I don't know what a salt room tells me, because salt is probably relevant to something that is also a Mario element. We'll have to look at code room again and see what that might be. But basically, you're looking for clues that are going to point to elements in the code room. So I don't know if salt gives me anything here. Maybe a mushroom? I don't know. Unless the Wiggler is just really angry and has a lot of salt. I'm also thinking about like silt and whether that could be anything. No. Wait a minute. But Lemmy's not in this. Oh, okay. No, I get it. I think. You have to synthesize the clues first. You have to plug them in, which means that somewhere here well, you've got a series of transformations. Yeah, basically you have to take the word clues that you have in the individual rooms, and there's probably some kind of transformation that has to happen. So Lemmy is something that we'll have to keep an eye out for, because it might point to something else in the long run. Again, we don't know if the rooms are ever pertinent to each other or if they're completely in isolation, and so we just have to continue to circle around until we have a better sense. Okay. Well, let's take a look here. You've got... Also, notice the key placements. I don't know if the key placements are just for decoration or if they actually give you valuable information. But anyway, you have red and blue. And the numbers here are going to matter. 1 blue, 2 red, 1 blue, and 2 blue. Probably some kind of tiling overlay. It's giving me a couple of different letter clues. We probably have to take these clues and then assemble some kind of word using the final element over there. This looks a little inscrutable to me right now, but sometimes we have to stare at this for a while to look for the pattern, and it hits me. Because I'm just trying to visualize. Well, we have a couple of numbers that are relevant. I don't know what the similarity would be between some of these, though. It's probably telling me that there's some similarity between F, A, and C that leads them to be completely blanked. We don't have another reference point for something that is all blue other than the W, though. And we know that each letter, perhaps the E's are telling me that each letter does have a particular color attached to it that is important. It could be some kind of numerical pattern, like E is multiple of 5. No, wouldn't be, because H is 9. Yeah, this one is a little inscrutable to me. RX7, man, you haven't been on Twitch much these days because you're working crazy hours. Yeah. Thank you for lurking. Let's see what the other blue room is. Again, we still don't know if any of the rooms clue us into other ones. Mum and Sis. A to C, E to C. It probably is another numerical transformation because, like, A, you rotate 2 and you get C. E, you rotate 2 and you get C in the other direction. So it's probably finding the midpoint between them. I bet that's what it is. You're looking for the midpoints in a rotational cipher. So if U is number 21 and I is number 10. Wait, then
Oh no!
that doesn't work. Does it? Yeah, it would take the difference in 5 by 2, but then have I calculated this accurately? Yeah, you should be number 21. Oh, 8, and no, I is number 9. Sorry, I keep messing this up. H is number 8, I is number 9. I should know this. Okay, that works then, because then that means that the average between them should give you... Like, let's get this down in the notes. Okay, so Mum is basically 13, 21, 13. Sis is 19 and 9, 19. So you basically take the average, which is going to be 16 something and 16. That doesn't just give you a single letter, does it? 9 plus 7... Sorry, 9 plus... No, it should be 9 plus 6. It's going to be 15... Yeah, 15, 16. It's going to be pop. So the solution is going to be pop. Like you pop a balloon or something. That's probably the word association you're looking for. Anyway, we'll solve this room, essentially. There's nothing else to look at here. Fairly easy one because the string is short and the clue is very clear. Some of the other ones are extremely cryptic. Yeah, so bottom right was green. Top right is also green. Let's take a look at this clue. Probably another word analogy or something. Box. Doom. Zoo. I mean, it's got to do with the letter O, probably. Or you have to do some kind of similarity. So, for example, you know, you get corn, bowler, and the colors will matter somehow. Chin, spicy. Bowser's trying to kill me the whole time. This gives me... Oh, how? Okay, so basically you have 5 things going on here. Possibly 6 if you count the POW as something distinct. I've got to write this all down. Hang on. Hauser, yeah, that's pretty much it. Hauser right in the face. Box. Box, Doom, Zoo, right? I'm actually going to do this uppercase and lowercase just so we have some clarity. Blue, hello. Just so I have this easily accessible in my notes. Corn. Bowler. Gin. Spicy. 7 elements here. I mean, I guess DePow just gets rid of Bowser. Maybe Bowser's the clue, DePow doesn't really matter, and DePow is just to get Bowser out of the way so you can read what's going on. Let's see. Boo. Yeah, so notice Boo and Zoo. Corn and Coin. Doom and Door. Spicy and Spiny. And then what? Bowler and Bowser. And then the remaining one would give you... Okay, I know how this works. So we know that is going to be something... actually, maybe the colors don't actually matter, and it's just a way of distinguishing the words from each other. So it's actually Door and Boo, Coin and Bowser. Don't know what the chin is. Spiny. So we need to think about something that would go with Box here, and something that would go with chin. And the POW probably has something to do with one of them. But it doesn't seem to map. And yeah, I don't know if maybe the pipe relates to one of these. No, it doesn't seem so. But maybe we can fill these in by implication if we see the pattern to how things were replaced. So for example, Corn and Bowler would give you R, S. Doom would give you R and B. Chin and Spicy would give you something, something RB, and an RS, something N. Or rather, sorry, this should be an I. Roy Orbison. Probably. It probably is, but I don't know why the first one would be... Ah, because it's a Boo. Box is also a Boo. So this is also a Boo. And then why would this one be an O? Because it's a coin. Coin. Yeah, that's right. So some of them are duplicates. Roy Orbison gives you Roy. I'm beginning to see that each of these solutions is a Koopaling. All of these solutions are Koopalings, in fact. Because we know Killmister is Lemmy. Roy. I bet Salt is like Wendy or something. What would Pop be? Iggy. Iggy Pop, for sure. Salt... The Koopaling that corresponds to that is probably something like Wendy. But anyway, so yeah, because we know we have 7 pipes. So, going anti-clockwise... we have Lemmy. We have Roy. I love how you can start assembling this in partial information. Iggy, that's accounted for. So who do we still need? Fill in. We need Wendy, Morton, Larry, Ludwig. Probably going to be some kind of Beethoven clue or something. And we just need to order them correctly, perhaps. We still don't know how this is going to correlate, but I am beginning to see that if we go to one of these rooms, then maybe... Let's take a look at the number of letters here and see if they correspond to the names of the Koopalings. And I think they do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 rows. Yeah, so the third one is, for instance, well, let's take a look here. Seems almost a little too out there for this level to be saying something about Morton Feldman or something, the composer. But yeah, we know that it's going to be Lemmy Kilmister, for instance. There's a particular order. So this room is going to give me a Koopaling order, and I don't know... The Koopaling order might give me a color order that corresponds to the pipes, I suspect. Yeah, so the top left door is going to be a Koopaling order. And we need to get out of the way of Cheap Chiefs here. They're probably relevant to something, but we don't know yet what. Probably they're encouraging you to go up. But let's say we do the decoder room. Yeah, I bet it's some kind of color code that gives you information about the color of the pipes. Because if we look at it, it's going to be 5 and 4. 5 and 4. Maybe 6 and 4. 4 and 3. We know that one's going to be Iggy Pop. It's going to be 5 and 9. That one was probably Lemmy Kilmister. 3 and 7. 5 and 7. 6 and 9. So we can start constraining this. And Roy Orbison, where was Roy Orbison? It was here. It's going to be all musicians, just watch. What do we say? I don't know what the salt one was. But... yeah, we have enough information to really seriously constrain it at this point, though. Lemmy Kilmister. This will take a little bit of Googling, probably. Like, the Lemmy one came out of the blue for me. I don't really know his work. And then the remaining ones... Wendy, Morton, Larry, Ludwig, you can then constrain. You know that this one of these is going to be salt. I bet this one's Ludwig because it's going to be Beethoven or something. It would drop the von and Ludwig von Beethoven, but I bet it's going to be something like that. Oh, you know what? I think these do correspond to the original namesakes of the Koopalings when they were named in SMB3, because Iggy actually was named after Iggy Pop. And Ludwig, of course, was named for Ludwig van Beethoven. And so it could be that we just need to look up the... But then what would salt be? Because this would be Wendy or... sorry, not Wendy or Morton. Wendy or Larry. I can't imagine that the Ludwig clue would be anything else other than the Beethoven clue. We'll just have to kind of reverse engineer that, perhaps. Got Wendy over here. Morton. Big, probably... Is there a Morton salt? Morton something? Unless it's not even A for James A. Garfield. Or... It's totally James A. Garfield. I was thinking it had to be a word there. Ludwig, Morton. We'll say Ludwig is the prime suspect there. Beethoven? Because, you know, that would just make sense, right? Unless there's another Ludwig, that would be a good fit. It seems like the kind of thing that would work. The down arrow is interesting to me here, because I wonder if... I still don't know how the order here is going to translate to what we eventually need to punch in, but then that might just be what door 2 is for over here. We'd better denote this as top left door. Top right door. So notice that we have a string of 8 up top with 3 keys. And that we have a string of 7 there. It's probably that we need to take the names of the Koopalings, the 7 names of the Koopalings, and then we need to determine a certain letter that is relevant to us. By looking, perhaps, at the key placements in each of the rooms. Let's go back to each of the rooms and take a look at the keys. Let's take a look at the ones we know, just to see if there's a correlation there. So, for example, if we go down to this room. This was the Orbison room. Notice the placement of the keys. Third key here points to Nelson, or there's probably something important about the spacing here, but basically 3 keys. Third key is a coin. There are 4 keys here. 4 keys in this room. Third key. Oh, no, there are some coins on top, too. Hang on. Why would there be 5 keys in this room? For 7 words, I guess. 4 keys on the bottom. No, 4 keys on the bottom. 2 keys on the top. 6 keys. That doesn't correspond to anything here, really. Oh, this is a salt room. That's right. It's a salt room. There are 6 keys, possibly because there are 7 letters in the solution, and you would need to find a 3rd one. Maybe. I don't know. Let's take a look at one of the other solution rooms that we have established. I'll try to get rid of the notes for the time being, since we don't need them yet. So, that wasn't the Orbison room, that was a salt room. This was the Orbison room. Let's take a look at keys. Yeah, you have a key right here, for instance. Are there any keys that are on right side? Seemingly not. There's 1 key in this room. Maybe it's only the number that matters. And the number of keys tells you which letter to look for. So there's 1 key, for instance. Maybe you need to take a look at the first number in Roy, which would be R, as an example. And then that would give you an order. Yes, I think this is going to be it, because 3 keys tells you its 3rd position. 1 key would therefore tell you its 1st position. Let's go with that clue and see if we can determine anything whatsoever. So, top right door, we have a string of 7. And let's say Roy, 1st position, is going to give you R. Then we can look at the Lemmy room and the Iggy room, perhaps, to see how many keys there are. And we'll see if we can actually do something. Let's leave the salt room alone for the moment, although it's going to be one of either Ludwig or Morten in third position. And we can just do a comparison and constrain as necessary. We can solve this by partial information, basically. We're going to time out in a moment, though. Yeah, this one we still never solved, but that's okay. We have enough information now that we know approximately what to look for, that we need to look for things that are associated with the names of the Koopalings. And we just need to scan the number of keys. And actually we should go through each of the rooms to see how many keys there are. Just so we have a number. And I'm going to put that number down probably in this anti-clockwise order for the notes I have here. So there are 3 keys in the bottom. Okay, so let's go 3. Then we'll just rotate through. This will be the Lemmy room. That has 1 key on the right. And just 1 key. Okay. So that means Lemmy is going to translate to L, probably. So this is just a positional clue. Let's look for keys over here. Two keys for something in second position. If we can determine the letter count of the solution that we're looking for here. I bet this is the Van Beethoven room, actually. I bet it's something like that. We just don't know how that fits yet, because... Or, on the other hand, it's giving you 7 question blocks, indicating to me that maybe it's something 7, like 5 and 7. But the thing is, there are 12 fields here. It would totally make sense for it to come out to something like, you know, Van Beethoven. But we don't know. Anyway, 2 keys. Salt room has how many? We counted this one already. It's going to be 6. Which is also a useful constraint here because, well, I mean, we already know that the salt room is going to be one of the first 2. It actually constrains us quite a bit because if it's 6th position, it tells me that it's going to be the one with 6 characters. So it's going to be Morten Salt or Ludwig Salt, and I wonder if any of those search strings make sense. Morten Salt is a brand of salt. Morten Salt is an American food company producing salt for food, water conditioning, industrial, agricultural, and road highway use. It's a Chicago Salt Company. This is an American thing. It's definitely Morten Salt. So it's not just musicians, it's word associations and phrases. And because we know this is Morten, we know that in 6th position that's going to be N. Let's take a look at the next room. And just like the red and blue clue previously, maybe this will give me a description of objects that we should be looking for in the key room. This is going to be 2 keys. No, wrong one. That'd be position 2 for this one. And the fact that we have 4 fields over here makes me strongly suspect that it's going to be the other clue that gives you 4, maybe. I wonder if it's... I mean, I don't even know what the partial ones mean necessarily, but let's say you have one blue, then you have, you know, WOT, and it'll be something like 2. And let's say you have 2 reds, so why would there be 2 reds? REEH. Ah! If you only look at the ones that are red, you see 3. Then you have 1 blue and 2 reds. So the number might not even matter, it might just be. Unless it's a multiplication. So let's say red means 3, and blue means 2. I think we have a bit of a breakthrough here. Let's take a look at this room again. Blue, red is 3. So if you think of it as multiplying numbers, for instance, then you have 1 blue, which is equal to 2. 2 red equals, say, 2 times 3 is 6. 1 blue plus 2 red. Let's tab this a little bit. 7. And then 2 blue would be equal to 4. Now, do these correspond to anything in terms of letters? It would be B, if we were going along this, B, F, G, D. That doesn't look right to me. So that might not actually be it. Might be something else completely. Well, we don't know, but I think it's going to be, if you look at this, let's count the keys again. 1, 2 keys. And it's going to be the other 4 letter thing, so it's going to be something that corresponds to Wendy or Larry. Wendy BFGD or Larry BFGD. Or something like that. But we know it's going to correspond to one of those. Anyway, let's take a look at the Iggy room next. We're just going to count keys and we'll see if we can determine something. One key, 2 keys. I think it's just 2 keys, but we'll scan the whole room just to be absolutely sure. No, 3 keys. Okay, so it's going to be position 3. Probably just a G and Iggy. Yeah, G and Iggy, and then we'll check Roy's room in the 86 seconds that we have remaining. Well, we're making some progress, and, you know, partial solutions do work. Potentially. 1 key in the bottom here. I think we had scanned this one already. That's going to be position 1. Which would probably be the R and Roy. Unless it's the O and Orbison, of course. But no, I think it's going to be the R and Roy, probably. Which... I wonder if there will be some kind of unscrambling that I need to do. Oh yeah, no, because this is not in the final order, so... Norton Salt, you know, is going to be N. Pop, G. Roy Orbison is going to give me R. NGLR. The other thing that is possible is that it's the position in the clue word rather than the Koopaling word, but then we wouldn't be using the Koopaling words if we do that, so I don't feel like that could be it.
Oh no!
But if we work in partial information, then we know a couple of things, perhaps. Yeah, so this is just to keep my notes straight. Anti-clockwise order. NGLR. I mean, I could have always made some kind of mistake, obviously. I'll go with that for the time being. Yeah, because if you look at the Morton Salt Room, for instance, there's no way that it could be position 6 in Salt, because there is no position 6 in Salt. It would have to be position 6 in Morton, which would be N. I wonder what the Cheap Cheeps are telling me, whether they were just encouraging me to swim up top or what, but... Anyway, we know that one of those is going to be... Yeah, we know the Ludwig room is not going to be Morton at this point. We don't even need to solve it. So we just need to figure out which clue room it is. I really strongly feel like it's going to be the Pokey room that has so many characters in it. Or potentially Van Beethoven. Or something like that. I mean, it just kind of potentially fits because you've got 12 characters for that. We can look at that and try to maybe reverse through the solution and see, not this room, if that would make any sense. In which case it would be the U in Ludwig. But then... Oh, I don't know about that. Maybe it's taking Pokey and then doing some kind of, you know, character difference between Pokey and the other objects. So, for example, actually, no. Let's look at it this way. Let's say Pokey is the 5-letter thing here, P-O-K-E-Y. Yes, this is what it is. Notice that the letters P, O, K, E all appear in Spike Top. Notice that of P, O, K, E, Y, only the letter E appears in Grinder. Yes, that's what it is. So you figure out what the string is, and then you figure out which letters actually appear in common. So P, O, K, E, Y, only the letter E appears in Muncher, only the letter O appears in Goomba, and P, O, and E are the only ones that appear in Blooper. So that's how you solve that one. Let's actually do it then, because this could constrain what we're working on substantially. This was this room, I think. Because Pokey basically gives you Grinder E and Spike Top P-O-K-E, then Muncher gives you E, Goomba gives you O, and then Blooper is B-O-E. So basically, or rather P-O. Yeah. So we have to do something similar with a 7-letter string on this side. We need to find a 7-letter string that fits all these requirements, that has 5 in common with Grinder, which can't be that hard to find. A 7-letter string that has 5 in common with Grinder, 1 in common with Spike Top, 2 in common with Muncher. Yeah, if it has 5 in common with Grinder, that should be easy to constrain. 2 in common with Goomba. And 2 in common with Blooper. So this is basically a little word puzzle. So we need a 7-letter word that has 5 of the 6 unique letters in Grindr, which would be G, R, I, N, D, E in some order. And notice that in the first word over here with the P, that we actually do have the letters in Pokey in order, P-O-K-E-Y. So then we just need to find letters in common between Grindr and the other elements. So Grindr and Spiketop, what do they have in common? They have the E in common. Grindr, Spiketop, they only have the E in common. So we know that the 5th position is going to be E. If the 5th position is E, then we can constrain things a little better. Oh, wait, no, can't be. Because if it is the E, we'll also have to share it with Muncher. That's interesting then. Because there's no column here that is shared with Grindr, Muncher, Spiketop, so it's going to be something else, actually. It's going to be the I. It's going to be the I. In fact, you know that of the 6 letters in Grindr, you have 5 in common. The E is going to drop out completely. And the reason that you can determine that is because if the E were one of the letters that you're dealing with here, it would fill in 3 columns. It would fill in... it would fill in 3 rows in a single column at some point, because if you had a letter E, you would have something similar to the situation that you have in Pokey here. You would actually have something that looks identical to this column, and you don't. So we know that E is not going to be part of this. So it's going to be the letters in Grind in some order. And we've eliminated one already. We know that well, let's look at the other commonalities that we have. In the 3rd column is going to be something that has in common with Muncher. Grindr has R in common with Muncher. So R, fill in. Let's turn these into dashes so I can see my notes. We're going to run out of time here, but that's okay. And you know that it also has that in common with Blooper. Hence the R down here. So this column is R for sure. Now we need to determine this one that has something else in common with Muncher that it doesn't have in common with Blooper, which is going to be in the N. So this is going to be the letter N. And then is going to be something in common with Goomba, which is obviously going to be E. So R, I, and G are all accounted for, which means that the first letter is going to be D. And D it doesn't have in common with anything else. Now we find something in Goomba. Probably Darling. Wendy Darling. Wendy Darling from Peter Pan, that's what it is. Yep. Let me just confirm with the L, because L should just appear in Blooper. Yeah, it's Darling. It's Wendy Darling.
Oh, no!
It's absolutely the case. So now that we've solved that room, it'll be Wendy 2nd position, which is going to be an E. And it's going to be Wendy Darling. Wendy Darling. Which is going to be an E of its 2nd position. Which would mean that the first one has to be Larry. And we'll just need to figure out which room corresponds to Larry and which one room corresponds to Ludwig. Because maybe Ludwig is something that's not the obvious thing with Beethoven and something completely different, so... Because then we need to figure out... Well, I mean, we know that it's going to be 3rd position for one of them and 2nd position for one of them. So it's going to be A or R, this one. And U or D, this one. Probably. Let's go back to the other clue rooms and see what we can determine. Because, of course, the... Yeah, we just solved that one, at least. So one of them has to point to Larry, the other one has to point to Ludwig. We don't exactly know how that's going to go. Not odd. Not cold. I wonder if the lines here matter. Ah, yes, I see. Not odd. You see, this is bounded in such a way that you've got even. E, V, E, N. E, V, E, N. I wonder if the spacing between the letters matters. Exist. You would be looking for two letters that refer to something. You would probably take these pieces. Note how these pieces correspond to... Yeah, exist is probably B. It's going to unscramble, and it's going to unscramble to Beethoven. Just watch. Because if you take this room... Yeah, you basically take the semi-solids and you rearrange them in the bottom. So you basically have exist, let's say B, not odd, even, and then hot, or rather not cold, hot. Well, I mean, you can unscramble that even just as is, and it gives you Beethoven. But if you put it in order, on the top you get semi-solids that look like this. You get B, then H-O, and T. You unscramble that, put the semi-solids in the same position, you get Beethoven. It's obviously Ludwig. So, that's going to be Ludwig. Put a D in third position. And that means that the remaining room that we didn't solve is something to do with Larry. And we know that if this could be third position, there is going to be A over there. Engelred. Which means that we got something wrong. Possibly in the ordering. Let's go back to the order room, because, I mean, there are a bunch of words that you can see in there, like dangler, for instance. And so... Or gnarled. Dangler, gnarled. You can unscramble that in any number of ways. But this gives you the coupling order going down. Maybe there's a bit of a reversal or something that needs to happen. But basically, yeah, let's check this. It would be Larry something, Morton Salt, Iggy Pop, Let Me Kill Mr., Roy Orbison, Wendy Darling, and Ludwig Beethoven. And we don't know what the first one is. Now, do we think that it refers to the position in the MTP blocks or in the question blocks? Let's take a look. It looks like it's in the MTP blocks. It's going to be the third position in the MTP blocks. And it should give you a string of 7 letters, which we have in G-L-R-E-D. Engelred. Could be dangler, could be gnarled, could be something like that. But the order seems like it should matter, right? We had a down arrow in the other room. We need to double check our work here a little bit, because maybe I miscounted keys or something. And that would matter. Because if you have Larry... second position. Well, let's take a look at the entry room again, and let's see how we can translate them, because we seem like we have all the information that we need. Dangler and Gnarled. But the order definitely matters, right? And we don't currently know how to use the Koopaling order. I mean, if you're taking a look at something Gnarled, for instance, you would be looking at everything that's pointy, which would be the Pokey, the Thwomp, and Boom Boom, right? And that would mean that I got something wrong with the order, though. We need to check the number of keys again, because that's one potential issue. We basically have the clues at this point in the anti-clockwise order. We have the proper order of the Koopalings because we've essentially solved the top left door with the key room, where we can basically fill this in. Yeah, we have everything. We got... I don't know what the cheap sheets are for, but Larry, Morton Salt, Iggy Pop, Let Me Kill Mr. Roy Orbison, Wendy Darling, Ludwig Beethoven. So we have to go back to the corresponding rooms and check keys, just to be absolutely sure. Because currently, I don't know how that translates in a way that would make use of the Koopaling order clue in a way that makes sense. Unless the order doesn't matter and the down arrow isn't really giving me much of anything. No, that doesn't make sense. It has to matter. So let's count keys again. First room is going to be Ludwig. Do we have 3 keys in this room? Let's check very carefully. Should be 3, but we'll check all the walls and ceilings in case I missed something. And we'll get timeout, so we'll check again, but it should be 3 keys. So that should be D. Okay. Do we have 1 key in this room? Yes, we do. 3 seconds. So Lemmy should still be correct. L. D should be correct. The L should be correct. Let's keep going in case we missed one. Maybe the hint room actually will be relevant in some way. Because right now we're trying to translate the information that we have, which is angle red, into something that will allow me to determine which objects to hit in the key room. We're close. We're very, very close. I see 2 keys here. Let's check absolutely sure. Yeah, it should be 2 keys. So in Wendy's room, it should be E. Wendy should correspond to E. It's going to count to be absolutely sure in case we missed something. 2. We counted this a couple of times. Should be a full 6, right? We had 3 in the bottom here. And yeah, it's a full 6. That's N for Morton Salt. This one we never actually figured out. It's something to do with Larry. And you've got basically, but we just care about number of keys, which is 2. And that would give you the letter A for Larry. So I may be missing something, but... Yeah, the Mum and Sis room, which gives you Iggy Pop. It gives you how many keys? 3 keys. And that would just give you the G anyway, so... Should be right. I'm looking at the Koopaling order, of course. Because if you look at the Koopaling order, I wonder if that's particular to a specific Super Mario game. I'm trying to remember, because the only Koopaling order I really kind of have down by heart is Super Mario World. I know that Ludwig is last and Larry is first in some of the recent ones, like NSMB-U maybe? But I don't remember the precise order for the rest of them. I know that recently there have been some games I've been doing Larry first, Ludwig last, but I honestly don't even remember the order very well for SMB3 when they were introduced. Anyway, we totally lost track of what I was doing here. Let's go... Right, because we saw 2 keys here. Let's have the A for Larry. Because then maybe the down arrow doesn't matter. It's just giving you a context clue for the Koopalings, and the clue that you should actually be looking for is unscrambling the word, which would be gnarled. And that would give you everything pointy, which would be Pokey Boom Boom and Thwomp. Yeah, we saw this already. This is 3. Or G and Iggy Pop. I'm going to go with the gnarled theory. Because the thing going against it was, well, then why were you given an order for the Koopalings? And maybe it's because the order does correspond to one of the games. So I actually am going to go with the gnarled theory. Because I think I did check everything thoroughly. It's not going to be Dangler, because the only thing dangling here is a Thwomp. Let's hit everything pointy. We're going to check this theory, see if it works. It does not work. Okay, never mind then. I did miss something. Unless it's maybe something that you're not allowed to stand on, which would then include the Muncher. So it's not gnarled. It would be Dangler. Well, let's check the last pipe just to make sure we did the correct count for this room as well. I've checked all the other ones at this point. I believe it was only 1 key here, but if we're wrong, we're wrong. And maybe we'll go to the hint room after all if we are really jammed, because, you know, at this point we actually have done almost all of the constituent puzzles, except for the one that somehow points to Larry, which we didn't solve, but it seemed like we could just skip that clue anyway, so... Which I've done for these puzzles in the past. I've solved a couple of these by partial information before, in fact. I'm gonna try it with the Muncher just in case. In case it is just a matter of what you're allowed to step on and what you're not. Just to check. It's not. Okay. Well, let's check the hint room. Because at this point... Yeah, the hint room, I think, gives you something. That gives you an object translation. Hopefully the notes aren't totally in everybody's way. I know I've left them up for quite some time. Let's turn them off for a moment. Something about the yellow pipe. Oh no, the yellow pipe is... This is only telling you about the yellow pipe room and how it's the Ludwig van Beethoven clue because it's a rearrangement of semi-solids. Oh, I see. So, no, you have to scroll further. Okay, no, the hint room gives you hints for everything, I think, but you just need to scroll all the way across. Now, we've solved everything at this point, apart from the 2 and 3, so... So I don't mind seeing just how far this scrolls. It is the meta clue that we're looking for, that we're currently missing. Yeah, because it just basically tells you which room you're looking at for each of these. We don't want the pipe, we might want the vertical red pipe if there's anything that allows you to synthesize. Although maybe we should look at the clue that eventually leads you to Larry, because at this point I have nothing going on for it. It was the green bottom right, which is this one, I think. Oh, it's multiplication. Yeah, no, we actually did get that then. Because we know that blue is worth 2 and red is worth 3. 2 times 3 equals 6, and 6 translates to the letter F. So we actually did get that correctly. We got 2, 6, 7, 4, which gives you BFGD. I don't know why it's Larry BFGD. Larry BFGD. So we actually did read that correctly. We just have no idea what BFGD has to do with Larry. And why that would be relevant to anything. Maybe I should Google that or something. Like, you know, if you Google BFGD, maybe it gives you something to do with Larry. BFGD, a big format gaming display from NVIDIA. I have no idea what that has to do with Larry. But, we'll ignore that for now. Yeah, that doesn't make sense to me. Let's take a look at this room again, just to have a bit of a sanity check, because... Yeah, it's very clear to me that it was giving me 2 and 3. We did read this correctly, therefore. And we did read correctly that there are 2 keys here that give you A and Larry. Maybe it is Dangler or something, in which case it would just be the Thwomp by itself. I'm going to try it with the Thwomp by itself in case it is Dangler as the anagram solution. Yeah, because yeah, maybe the down arrow in the Koopaling clue room is just there to kind of point you to thinking about Koopalings, given the boss order in one of these specific games. And then so we can ignore it in terms of the actual word order, and we can unscramble the solution, which Gnarl doesn't seem to work, but Dangler might. I still don't understand this room, though. Unless it's all multiplication. Which might be the case, actually, because let's try it with all multiplication. But we have no reason to believe that it would be multiplication instead of addition, right? Like, there's nothing here that implies that. And without the hint room, like, the hint room is only telling you that to give you a chance to read blue as 2 and red as 3. The natural thing to do is to add, which would give you 2, 6, 7, 4, which would give you BFGD. So that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I don't know how you get from BFGD to Larry. But I'm going to try it as Dangler. I'm going to try it with the Thwomp. Just alone. Seems almost too easy to accidentally trigger without solving, though. It's not it. Well, let's go back to the clue room in case it gives me something for the final pipe. I'm actually kind of glad that the clue room has not betrayed any information we couldn't already figure out ourselves. Oh, whoops, this is not the right room. Maybe the Cheep Cheeps are relevant here somehow. Maybe they're telling me something about the bottom three. Because otherwise I'm looking at angle red, which doesn't make sense. Yeah, maybe some kind of transcription error, or... I did check the keys, though. I checked all the keys. Because, of course, I'm looking at the letters that we got, and I'm wondering if they would equate to something else if we just changed one of them from a mistake. You know, just what would match it at a distance of 1. So let's take a look at the clue for the boss room. The name, the names, and then the title. Title? This is new. Ah! No, I know what it is. I know what it is. So, the Koopaling boss order. We are supposed to remember which game it's from, because then it tells you whether it's NSMB... what is it, 2 or Wii or whatever. Title. And there's a bit of an unscrambling that goes on here. It's got to be something to do with the boss order in one of the games. It's the boss order in one of the games. I just don't remember the Koopaling orders. Okay, let me bring up the clue screen again. Or the notes, rather. And I think, like I said, I just don't remember it. I have to look up what the order was in each game. You would think I have this totally down by heart. Larry, Morton, Iggy, Lemmy. Surprisingly difficult to look this up. Yeah, just one moment here while we figure this out. Okay, SMB3. Hang on. We need to check this. Yeah, because we basically, I mean, we have the names. That's easy enough. The title. And then this is also a semi-solid rearrangement. At what point did the semi-solid rearrangement matter? I didn't see this come up in... Okay, there's a semi-solid rearrangement that's going on. We didn't see anything pertaining to the semi-solids in the key rooms. I didn't even notice that. So there's some kind of unscrambling that, again, is going to go on similar to the first room. Let's check all of the clue rooms carefully, and this time let's pay attention to semi-solids. No semi-solids here. Is there a reordering that happens here? There is not. Then why is there something going on here? No. Alright, then the clue room here has actually made things even more inscrutable. Let's take a look at it again, because it's going to be something that pertains to a specific Mario game. And maybe you have to look for enemies or elements that are exclusive to that style. That doesn't make sense because that doesn't use the letter clue at all. Got a 3 here. 3 here. Yeah, we know how to read the whole key clue. That's not an issue. But a title. And there's a bit of a rearrangement that goes on here. Where, once again, you're looking at the... Oh, maybe the semi-solids are just part of this decoration. I don't even know what this is telling me. It's a title. A King's Loop. Ah, okay, this is referring to King's Loop. Is this giving me some kind of unscrambling information that is relevant here? A King's Loop and the Koopalings. Okay, this is not useful. A King's Loop, however, is an anagram of Koopalings, and is telling me that I should be looking for Koopalings. That doesn't help at all, because we are that far already. Yeah, this is what it is. Title means a King's Loop. You're arranged to get Koopalings, which is very, very clever. I didn't even notice that, in spite of just kind of being a natural anagram in my head. So, the number of keys we were thinking has to do with the letter positioning into names, right? And it's going to be the names of the Koopalings. We have that, though. That didn't seem to give me sufficient information to translate it into the key entry. We have all this. The clue room is not giving me anything. So maybe it's something gnarled, maybe it's the danglers, I don't know. But it seemed like we solved it correctly. Only to run into trouble here. Because again, this is what we have. We've got all 7 Koopalings. We have them in the order that they were presented in the top left door. Larry, Morton Salt, Iggy Pop, Let Me Kill Mr. Robert Orbison, Wendy Darling, Ludwig, Beethoven. The letters here are determined by the number of keys that were in each of the rooms. I'm pretty sure those were all correct. And I'm just thinking, can I edit the string in any way? Can I change one of the letters? Perhaps. In such a way that it would give me a clue that makes sense for this room. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Maybe there's a letter similarity thing that has to go on here. Yeah, maybe the specific Koopaling order is not relevant. I was sure it would be something like gnarled. Dangler and gnarled. Is there anything else in that word? Okay, let's write this down first of all. Because the hypotheses that we've ruled out so far is dangler. And I was thinking like swamp or gnarled. Yeah, I've been talking about this all this time. I didn't actually write down what I was saying. And then I was thinking For that one, it would be like Thwomp, Pokey, Boom Boom. And then let's clean the notes a little bit. If it's not one of these, then what is this? Angle Red. Or maybe... I have to think about this one for a moment. Because I don't think I'm missing anything else that it could be. I mean, we could just go back and count keys again. I felt like I've double-checked it already, but it's the only thing that could be the missing link here. And yeah, this door is just an exit door from one of the clue rooms, so that's nothing. So we are missing something. It could be that I miscounted keys. That's the only thing I can think of. Because we have solved everything else. Well, let's go back around and see. Yeah, because we checked, that's 3. Oh, we missed one. There's a second key here. So it's actually E for Lemmy, not L. Angered. Angered. Okay. No wonder. We missed this key in the top right corner that was under the timer. Okay. That completely solves it, because that's probably just a red wiggler then. If it's angered. Unless it's also the Thwomp. Okay, so the order does matter. And then probably... It's probably just a Wiggler. I don't think it's also the Thwomp. It's also Boom Boom, probably. Let's try it with just Wiggler and Boom Boom. And if it doesn't work, we'll try it with the Thwomp. Because the Thwomp looks relatively angry. Okay, that's not it. It's got to be the Thwomp as well, I think, then. It's got to be it. Let's try it again. So we're going to try it with Wiggler, Boom Boom, and Thwomp. Yeah. All that time I was looking at the edit distance, it didn't even occur to me it might be angered. It's such an easy thing. You just, think about each letter as a blank. Kind of embarrassing that I missed that. Let's go Thwomp. Yeah, Thwomp looks relatively angered to me. Still no? Really? Who else is angry here? I guess Dagumba maybe counts? I guess is walking back and forth. It looks relatively angry. Well, okay, we'll just, do various configurations of angry things. I feel like maybe this clue is slightly underdetermined. Angered, right? Yeah, it probably does include Dagumba. Let's do it with the Goomba and the Thwomp, and then if it does not work, then we'll drop the Thwomp. I guess the Thwomp is pretty calm, actually, the way it's sitting there. Oh, no, we got it. It is with a Goomba and a Thwomp. Okay, done. Alright, GG. Yeah, thank you for that, Red Dungeon. We spent so long on the last part just because I had not seen the key that was tucked under the timer in the top right of the screen in the Lemmy room. And the thing is, I should have been able to determine that. Like, I knew there was something wrong, and I should have just actually looked at the word properly and think, and thought about, you know, what if just one of these letters is off, and then what happens. But I thought I had checked the key room once, right? I thought I'd gone over every single room. I thought it had confirmed what I'd seen, and it was entirely possible to kind of reconstruct a different solution from that. Anyway, great. We solved 2 in one day, which... That's enough escaping for now. Let's do some more conventional puzzles, perhaps. I want to walk through one that I had failed to solve the other day. We probably won't stick with it unless there's something that really kind of strikes me as inspiration. But we'll go back to one of the other ones that was submitted at viewer levels last week. So anybody who missed it, although I was on it for about an hour and a half, can see what I did with it and perhaps point out what we did poorly. Let me pick up code first. Okay. Okay, so the one that we had worked on a couple days ago was Toadette's Great Hall. I'm probably not going to finish it unless inspiration strikes. I just want to walk through it quickly just as a bit of a sanity check, and we'll probably go on to do a different one. Okay, so this one worked like this. You start in the on state. You go through the door. That's the only move that's really valid in the first screen. Take the P-switch. The object for the first half is get through the key door, and that actually takes you to checkpoint. The goal is located to the right side of this screen. It is off screen currently. This just gives you a vine. It's a block that will reload. So you just progress left. You hit this for the vine. And then take damage here. The reason you hit the vine first is because without the mushroom, you're not actually able to reach the block. This makes you small, gives you access here. Now the reason that you're small is because you'll have noticed a P balloon in an earlier room that's dangling over key. That's a progressive power-up. And so coming back here will give you let's skip the mushroom because we want to get back into the first room with no mushroom. This gives you the key because it's a progressive power-up that was a P-balloon / mushroom in the top right. At this point, we can go up. The P-switch doesn't matter yet, as far as I can tell. But this gives you the checkpoint. Now, because it gives you a checkpoint, it is possible to get into this room with a mushroom if you just do one extra loop through the opening room, as far as I can tell. But because you know it has to be clearable from checkpoint, that doesn't really matter. Now, there's only one key in this level, one key door. So that key is just a post-checkpoint key. It doesn't apply to anything else at this point. Now, what we're going to do is continue this way. Clown car comes out of the blaster. Notice that the goal is under the blaster. There's also a P block that is under the blaster that we discovered very late when we played this. So if you hit a P switch, or if you come into this view of the screen with the P active, which requires you to come out of the checkpoint door, then the blaster is out of the way, but you would still need something to squeeze you an additional tile towards the goal. We have not figured that out. What we did figure out is that door is off screen by 1 block here, which means that we can push with a snake block. And that gives you a door entry 1 tile to the left of the screen. At this point, I'm able to grab any one of these objects and bring it back with me. P we don't need because P we can get another one from the blaster when we go back. But it's going to be either this or this. And I think it has to be this, but for a couple of reasons we were considering carefully whether we want to take this instead. I'll show you what that is. So, at this point what we do is we go back to the opening room. And in the opening room, if you have the spring, and only if you have the spring, you can grab the POW. Take it out. Notice too that if you have Yoshi here, Yoshi's able to grab the POW across here. I don't know why that's useful, because if you have this, of course, Yoshi is able to just go straight up with the POW and soft drop it like this. Now, at any given point, you can get out using the donut block. The donut block rides down to the door, and so you're able to take it out that way. Now, I thought that the idea here should be to use Yoshi to throw an object to the left. If an object hits the note block should dunk the Spiny Hat. The Spiny Hat will go down by 1 tile and be obtainable through the semi-solid over here. Problem is, we haven't actually determined how to do that throw. It looks like it's not going to be with any of the objects that we have here, which is why I was considering whether it would have to be using the... Whoops, we bumped Yoshi too far. We totally messed this up now. I was considering whether it would be using the sideways spring and then, you know, spinning it with Yoshi perhaps to bump an object over to the left. That's the only alternative I could think of. But if you do that, I don't see how to actually get the side spring plus another object up here. Because you can only take 1 object with you, either by hand or by Yoshi, when you come back into this room. And the only additional object that you have access to is the POW, and the only way you can obtain the POW is by taking Yoshi up to the top right. So it seems like those factors constrain you to taking the vertical spring. Which is a bit of a problem. Because we can't seem to progress past that point. I don't know how to send an object to the left of that point. Now, we can take the POW anywhere we like, of course, and that's something that maybe we haven't explored enough. But it doesn't seem to get me much that is useful. We can rotate the P-switch back to the first room as well, but that closes off access to the top right, which means that you can't actually obtain a POW that way. So that's not useful either, unless there's something with a P throw that would become relevant. We can at any point take the snake block to go back up to the checkpoint door to grab another Yoshi. But again, that would just require you to loop all the way back around with another series of Yoshi interactions. I don't really see how that's useful. But one thing you can do, I'll just demonstrate this quickly. Show off. Whoops, nope, I messed this up. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Unless we can grab this. Let's just take a death quickly and I'll try to demonstrate this. So I'm just unlikely to stick with this puzzle. I'm just trying to reestablish what we have done. Okay. Oops. And we might do another one by search select instead in case I have any better luck with that, although this can be long if they are dependent on very esoteric mechanics. So we managed to get as far as this. And given that, Yeah, same as before. We're able to come up here, drop this. Again, it might be this, it might be a side spring, but I don't know how to do it with a side spring, basically. But what I'm trying to demonstrate here is the P-switch interaction with the gates. I don't really know what the ending sequence looks like, because it requires you to get bumped into the gate on the right side somehow. The clown car is probably a part of that, but I don't know how the Spiny Hat is part of that, whether there's a clown car and Spiny Hat interaction that I don't really know, which might be extremely specific. So we know we have the POW here. I wonder if it's actually a POW bounce onto the spring. You know what? Let's try something here. I know Yoshi can swallow on this side. I know Yoshi can go up on this side. We can cling, we drop down. If Yoshi soft drops towards the spring would bounce the POW up. It would bounce it up against this diagonal. Maybe I wasn't paying enough attention to the slope. Oh, that's not good. That's not what I wanted. Hang on. Let's drop this first. Drop this second if we can. Hang on. We have to drop this a bit more accurately. Oh. Let's try to push Yoshi again? No. Hang on. Cling. Maybe one thing we should try is just dropping the POW onto the spring in this position and seeing if the slope does any slope magic for me. Totally doesn't. No, I mean, it obviously wouldn't project the POW all the way across, which is what we're trying to go for here. See, the thing I was thinking of was using horizontal spring to bump an object like the POW. Where, you know, you would just soft drop the POW here, and then you would use Yoshi to just repeatedly spit the horizontal spring towards it. The problem with that is that I have no idea how to get Yoshi up here if we are doing that, unless stacking two objects is enough to get him up here, and I don't think it is. And even if you did do a two-object stack, then I wouldn't know how to take the POW back upstairs. Because if you have one object to stand on, then small Mario can get up there, and you can kind of do an up throw followed by a catch. But then that still wouldn't resolve the problem of how Yoshi gets up to this position with no spring. So we can try it. Because I kind of feel like we need Yoshi plus horizontal spring plus POW all in the top left, and that's the only way that it's going to work. Alright, push. And down. So let's say we grab this as an alternative. The problem is that I don't know how to get to POW. POW. Because you can't get Yoshi up to the top right in the first room. Yoshi doesn't get to POW. And you can't beat your way to the POW by using the E or whatever. There's... Nah, it's not going to get anywhere close. Can't actually grab that. And the P-switch doesn't help you, because the P-switch would freeze the belt, but it would also freeze this. So I feel like this idea doesn't really work at all. It's missing something anyway. Unless I just had to jump up here and grab the POW quickly enough on spawning into the room. You know, you just try to beat it by speed. I really don't think that works, so I mean, we can try it just by re-entering. Looks like it's going to be just out of reach for that. And by design, it would be out of reach for that. Because, of course, if you could just grab that, that changes things quite a bit. We should go for it again. It looks close enough that it looks like it might even be doable, but... I have to try it a few times, I think. It seems way too execution sensitive to really be the solution, though. I feel like it's timed specifically to prevent that from happening. I just want to try it a few times just to see. No, it looks like it's going to be out of your way before anything will happen, no matter how well you execute it. I feel like that's something that has been tested quite a bit, potentially. Because it would be a pretty specific motion that's required. But basically, if that kind of POW grab is doable, or if you're able to acquire the POW without taking Yoshi up there, that would potentially open up the ability to take a side spring rather than a vertical one, and that would solve it. It's the only thing I could think of that would even resemble a workable solution, but it looks like the timing just won't work at all, even with the P-switch. Because if you have a P-switch that's been pressed, then that goes down, but then you can't actually do anything here. And then, you know, this would lock you out from approaching the POW once the P-switch expires. And that's the only POW that's given to you in the level, so it's not like you can try to re-enter this room with a POW and have a second object that would be usable. So... Anyway, the thing I wanted to show was the P-switch for the goal. Just to show what it looks like, and then we'll probably bail on this, because I still haven't thought of any new ideas since the last time we looked at it. Now, interestingly enough, it really looks like the mushroom and the POW are completely unreachable here, in spite of the fact that maybe that's just clarifying that it relates to the first room, but it's sort of interesting that this gap opens up here. Just to tease you a little bit, because I think the mushroom is clearly unobtainable. I was also thinking about potentially just obtaining the progressive P-balloon, but, you know, if you come back here with the mushroom, but it doesn't look like that's possible either. But anyway, the thing that we'll be looking for is this. E-switch blows out the blaster. And I don't see how to set up a push interaction to the right, even with the clown car, and I don't see how a spiny hat would affect that, unless it is a clown car plus spiny hat contact that would solve that for you. Which is not an interaction I know. So. And regardless, finding the right kind of bounce to get the spiny head in the opening room to begin with is still something that's a missing step. So, we are missing this so far. Yeah. Because You do hit the screen boundary with this. I wonder if you use a block or something, whether that would maybe give you a, you know, crush interaction, which is what we need. We need something that crushes you against a wall. But I don't know why the Spiny Hat would change that. Whether there is a Spiny Hat mechanic that we just don't know about that gives you the push. I mean, that's the only thing to interact with that's left in the level, though, is figuring out how to get the Spiny Hat, and then figuring out how to use that to get bumped here. These are the only remaining steps as far as I can tell. We've explored everything else. And so, there might be something that pertains to the timing with which you activate the P-switch, like, you know, if you're supposed to stand somewhere to release that interaction, but whatever it is, I don't know it. So, I don't think we're solving this one today. I just wanted to review it just in case any kind of inspiration struck on the way in. Yeah, Itchy Knee got it, Grukowski got it, Boru got it. So, and as you can see from the screen here, we're not missing any information. I did try a couple times to enter the green pipe in the first room, and that gives you nothing. Rather, it is not something you can enter. So we have seen the entirety of the level at this point. There's no information that we lack, unless there's a state change. I was thinking about what the Spiny Hat actually gets you. Other than a potential bump interaction with the clown car. Because the only thing that looks breakable with the Spiny Hat is the question block, which contains a vine, which is nestled under the blaster. And because it contains a vine, you know that it's not going to be any kind of spawn block interaction, because the block would just respawn. So I'm pretty sure the Spiny Hat is only relevant to something that has to do with the final push. And we don't know how that push is going to work, whether it just gives you some opening that we previously were not aware of, so. So whatever it is, we haven't found out yet. We'll have to do that. However, oh wow, new one here today too. Snowman Puzzle low budget. Snowman Puzzle 2. And there's a Cold Night and a Snow Race. Actually, we're way behind with Searchlight puzzles in general, so. Classic Snow Race. Calm Moonless Night. Well, I mean, I don't really know which one we'll do, so we'll just take a look at them and see. Let's start with Cold Night, maybe. I have no idea what here is going to be difficult or what isn't, so we'll just take a look and pick one. And we'll eventually catch up on a whole bunch of these. Alright, reach the goal of Super Mario. Let's see what kind of puzzle this is. I mean, here's the flag right here. We need something that will give us access to the spring, probably. Maybe it's something that would be a remote activation of that question block. We also don't know. I mean, we have to get a state change too before the top of the flagpole is available. And yeah, so we'll see what this is. Okay, looks like we've got a camera locked to one screen here. Oh, no. Okay, no, but you can drop into this side. That's potentially important. There will be a state switch at some point after we acquire a mushroom. We don't know where to acquire a mushroom. We do see a snowball in the bottom there. So at some point we have to hit the on-off switch. And then we take this and we go back out. However, notice that we'll have to stand on something to get back out this way. Because of the current position of the red block. Unless we just have a frame-perfect entry or something, but I doubt that's going to be the case. We need something to stand on here. We don't know what comes out of the blaster yet. It probably is going to give me something. We also don't know what this is. It's a reloadable vine, which will be important. Let's check pipes as well. Oh, okay. I guess we'll just go back out and back in. And reset. Well, now switching to bottom left. That's something that can be hit with a snowball. And if we hit that with a snowball, then, well, we'll just, you know, scout this initially and see where we can go, because I feel like we might want the spring to come out with us for the time being, just in case, because if we close this off, we can't get back in yet because of the vines over here. So what we'll do instead is take this, and let's break this first. It gives me a mushroom. However, there is a block there that's going to obstruct me. There is, however, a POW that is here as well. The POW is probably what we need to use to get out of the pipe. Over in the bottom right. Notice as well that if you use the spring to jump, we might be able to take an object up with us. Yes, that'll be how you get the POW across. And we'll need to stand on the POW to get out. So we need to think about displacing the mushroom to get it to come down, which I think we can do. Or it's going to be a POW pushing us through, because we're not going to jump into that, we're just going to ride the POW in. I feel like that's not going to be nearly high enough. Maybe we stack it up the slope like this slightly. Maybe not. I don't think that'll reach, necessarily. We just need to reach high enough to get me on top of that tile, actually, so let's place this slightly down. Just give it a half tile. Yeah, we just need to be level with that slot. Fire flower, interesting. I guess that just prevents you from getting it. And so we need to figure out how to take... Ah, I see. We would need to take damage to ground pound the on-off over here. Unless this icicle can be lowered. If we take damage, then, well, obviously we don't keep the mushroom. We reset this state here, except now we have a POW block, which gives me something to work with. Possibly, though... Yeah, because now this is blocked off. But then you'd be able to take the POW and exit in the off state and come back in the off state, which then gives you access to mushroom. In fact, we'd want to take the POW out. Yeah, we'll be careful with the snowball so we don't activate the POW. Let's just get the snowball out of the way first. We just recycle back into this room with the POW, I think. Because that's an improvement on our previous state, since we don't need the initial toggle to get the first POW. But we would still need a second switch toggle. If we come back in the off state, then we're able to go up to semi-solids here and go around. I wonder if the snowball is able to hit remotely this side. In which case we'd actually want... hang on. Well, we know that we don't want to jump through here, but we can get pushed through there. Potentially. No, we wouldn't be able to, I think. Well, if we're standing on a POW, yes, we would. Like, the POW bounce here would work. We wanted to get POW through, but that's no improvement on what we already have. What I'm looking for is a way to get out holding the POW in the off state, which perhaps we can't do. Because we have the POW there. I mean, this doesn't go anywhere close, but let's reload into this room. I'm just thinking about the switch toggles that we'll need. Because we do need to toggle once in order to have access to the mushroom, and we still need to toggle twice. We know that releasing this is going to give me the spring, but then we need to come back here to... Oh, no, get it. And we know that if we activate the on-off from up here, like if we get into this room in the off state, then we... Yeah, so if you want to get out of this room in the off state, the way to do it would be to spring plus POW through the bottom right. Let's check one thing here. Snowball, icicle. Yeah, no, it goes through. I thought so. Oh, whoops. Let's try to get on top of that thing. But it's not that kind of icicle, so... Let's go back. And let's try it again. Okay, so... we're going to use the snowball down here. And we're going to tap this. Go spring plus POW. Get up top. I think even on the lower level it might reach... not quite. Just need to be up slightly. So the slope is 4. Other than just rolling the snowball. Give it a bit more room here. Now what's going to happen is we do need to lose the mushroom in order to hit the other on-off and get a snowball over here. And why would we want to do that? Because currently if we go spring plus POW over here, the POW is just going to go up and not take us. So there's going to be some kind of loop back in here for sure. Let's take this out for the moment. Yeah, there is a slight logical problem, which is that if you toggle... Oh, no, that's a mistake. If you toggle... Yeah, that was a mistake. I was trying to stack the POW on top of here, but then if you hit the switch to close up this gate over here, then you... Oh, okay, that's interesting. Then you just put the spring on top, then the snowball spawns over here. Could be helpful, maybe. This isn't going to hit anything here, though. But this could be very useful. Because an on-off switch over here also allows you to destroy the spring. And have another one spawn back up top. You know you need to take a spring out at the end anyway. You know it's going to be spring plus POW plus mushroom as a state that you're going for in the top right. POW lets you exit while you're in the off state. Also, it is just a reset door. Cat Cube, welcome. This level looks not fun. Oh, it's plenty of fun. We just started it. We solve puzzles all the time. That's why we're running a puzzle stream, in fact. We got through 2 cryptic escape rooms already today. Worked out very well. Ah, we actually do want to use the door reload for access to the mushroom in the off state. Yes. Okay. Yeah, we actually hadn't considered using the door reset to preserve the off state, which then allows me to think about this second switch toggle once again. Whoops, no, not like that, obviously. But what we can do is use the POW. What type of levels do I like? Oh yeah, we play a lot of very highly conceptual platformers, you know, things with original gimmicks and mechanics. And also a lot of puzzles on the stream, so it tends to be our core specialization. I play all sorts, though. I don't play much precision. That's the only thing that I really kind of struggle with and don't try that hard with. I wouldn't say I'm particularly good at Kaizo either, but we do it. We try. We're going to go down to the left. Yeah, no, we're going to do the same thing. Let's head down this way. Trying to think about different ways to break the icicle. Also, yeah, let's just try this again just to take a look. I think if I'm correct, this is just going to send the POW up by itself. We do a bit of a height check on it here, and it won't give me enough room to go up along with it. Even if you squeeze it like that. Yeah, I'm not taking codes today. We do viewer levels on some other streams, but today, because I expect the puzzles to take me a long time, we don't tend to open the queue. Simply because I want to be able to take as long as I want with the puzzle without making people think they're waiting. So. But you're quite welcome to send me a level at another point. We're just not doing viewer levels today. But we do it fairly regularly. At least once a week. Sometimes twice. Okay, so... Oh, whoops. That was accidental, but that's okay. We've got a door reset, so we can deal with it. Let's grab the POW. Let's get the mushroom. So we've got part of the sequence so far, and we're missing some element to it. In terms of where to continue once we get to mushroom plus POW. Whoops. Hang on. We do need it partially up to slope, otherwise it doesn't quite give me enough height. No, Cat Cube, we've got plenty of people who lurk here anyway, or also go over to VODs, so you don't need to worry about my viewership. We keep things pretty small and intimate. So. Like, viewer levels tend to be my bigger day, but that's absolutely typical for people who run Maker, so absolutely no surprises there. But yeah, I mean, the whole purpose of running a puzzle stream is so we have something a little longer. Anyway, let's take a look here. So we're going to get over here, and we know that we have access to the on-off if we take damage, and so the question is whether we can avoid doing that. Well, the thing is, actually, if we reset the flower, we don't even need to take the POW with us to do that. We take the spring with us, because currently we don't have a spring on top right. We just need to change the flower back into a mushroom in the current state, which we can do. Accepted store takes us over here, which puts you back with the spring. Spring plus POW is not really an issue, though, then. We just need to revert back to the mushroom We just need to revert back to a mushroom in this state. And then we need to get the mushroom down somehow. That should be okay as long as we have... Yeah, because the issue is that once we hit the on-off, losing the mushroom, it's going to lose the other mushroom. But what we can do is we can do some kind of object placement over here, such that we use a mushroom to break the icicle. We do some kind of setup for the off switch on that side. And then what we will do is place it over here. And yeah, believe me, we've had much quieter streams than this, particularly if I'm playing indie games and other things that draw less of a live audience, so I absolutely don't mind. And we're going to keep on playing the content I want to play anyway, so leave the curatorial decisions to me. Okay, so we're going to change this back into a mushroom. I'm just wondering how it can improve the state, because currently the fire flower is mostly an issue simply because we can't reobtain it. But if we hit the on-off switch over on the bottom right, then we can't grab it anyway. So the question is, can we take damage, lower the mushroom, but then have some kind of on-off activation that will basically go through the icicle? Possibly with invincibility frames or something. The only thing I can think of is whether we have a way to drop the mushroom down, perhaps with some kind of initial obstruction. Or something else that would kind of overlap with it. Or drop the donut block, for that matter. No, the problem is that if you're big, you go through this room when you're big, you're still going to get Fire Flower to be coming out, because that's going to be progressive either way. So you come out with the mushroom. Like you go... Yeah, no, you have to re-enter this room in the small state in order to get a mushroom to spawn. So the question is... We know that it's going to be a strict improvement to the current state if we have on, but with a POW, so that the first activation isn't necessary to get this. Then we have one snowball activation to the on-off switch, which would then give you access. Still no improvement on the current state, though. Yeah, that's not an improvement at all. Let's... Let's see if we can re-enter this room with the POW, which is what we tried to do earlier. Then we're going to drop this over here. No, we can just take it up with us. Re-enter the room with the POW in the on state. That should be progress, except... Still no mushroom. However, if you have an initial snowball on the left side, I'm thinking about how else we can drop the icicle. It's not going to be through the other kind of self-damage. Basically, how else is the on-off switch activated? You can do it from damage if it's to bottom right. But if you have access to Snowball anyway, you activate the switch that is on the bottom left. There's some kind of double toggle that's involved here, where I think you need an additional snowball on the field somehow. Or some other way of hitting the on-off switch to the left. Which we currently don't have. But if you respawn into this room with the mushroom, and then you do an initial toggle, and then you hit the left side. Well, let's go back here with the POW first, just to see what happens. Alright, down here. And then we are going to... Yeah, because we have access to the POW now in the on state. How does that help? We know that placing the spring over the pipe... This looks very obviously like it should be some kind of intended interaction. We know that we can go through this door to reset into the other one, in fact, and that might be something critical. If we're able to do the spring plus snowball thing to get a snowball up here, for instance, that going through this door into the other one after some kind of on-off interaction might be really important. Right now I'm thinking about how to set up an on-off activation from the top right, which... yeah, I haven't figured out how to do it just yet, but... that's okay, we're just looking for the missing step. Yeah, because we know that we can do this anytime we want. And that having the spawn is just going to send that up. That's very important. Because I think you can actually do a door entry on top of the snowball. Possibly. No. Let's try it. No, you can't. Okay. And you know that snowballs don't survive door entries. They do pop on a zone transition. Just kind of basic snowball knowledge there. Hang on, that was a mistake, but that's okay. We can just reset through this. So first of all, we know how to get the mushroom. We don't really know how to do any interaction through here on the top yet. But yeah, getting from this door to the other door could be important if we're, for example, here in the off states. But then there's no benefit to doing that, though. Unless you're trying to switch back to the mushroom, which you could only do in the off state. So we haven't, in general, done much with re-entering this room in the off state. We should try a few more things with that just to see what happens. We know that if you have the off state while you... oh, we need to do some kind of double tap. I think that's what it is. You place the spring over here, then you tap. Then it preserves the snowball. Then you double tap again in the bottom right. Then you have the on state with a snowball up top, and you still have access to the POW. Then you have access to snowball plus POW. But at that point, you would already have a fire flower that's spawning instead of a mushroom on the top left. That might not help. But what you would have is an additional switch toggle. So we can try to, get closer to the solution and just try to demonstrate the steps that I'm talking about here. So if we can visualize what's going on, we can see what step is currently missing in this overall progression. We can't do it now because the vines are blocking, but let's reset this first of all. Okay. Oh, oops. Hang on. Let's grab the mushroom. We'll go down this way. Okay, so we've done that. And of course the flower is going to be a bit of a problem, because we'd have to reload in this room to turn it back into a mushroom, and we have to reload while small. I think we can do that. reload while small, and while we have the state set to off, which we can do. Because what we're going to do is we're going to drop this guy over here. Ah, here's a potential problem, is that, let's say we're setting a snowball up. Yeah, actually, we want to send a POW up as well. Because otherwise we won't have a way to actually take the POW through to the door. And we know that a spring is able to respawn up top. Whoops. Hang on. Let's just try to drop this. Nope, not like that. Hang on. A little finicky. But basically we want both the POW and a snowball to be available at a time that we do the switch toggle. Because the idea is to do a double tap on the off switch while we're there. I don't see how we can leave with the POW though, unless we are leaving... So you turn off to on, then you turn on back to off. And then you would have access to the POW anyway, because you would have this pipe open. So why would you take the POW? That was mostly useful so far to getting mushroom. Well, let's do this. Let's try to double tap. We'll see what happens. We know we can get more springs, so it doesn't matter if we lose this one. Ah, okay, I see. We maybe should have just tapped it another time, too. Because now we currently don't have a way to get up to the top. I actually wanted to keep the snowball down here, perhaps. Perhaps by blocking this spot with the POW, and then the snowball would fall back down and be accessible. Because then if you have the snowball in this position, you would be able to take it with you and hit this. Why would that help? You'd still be looking at the fire flower in the top left. Basically, I need a much more remote interaction with a snowball somehow. Possibly even a snowball throw on top of a spring that would just bounce this way and then allow you to beat it on the way out, but it doesn't seem to make a lot of sense to me. Okay, so we need to rethink this, because currently we can't go through that side. Maybe even a third tap. Like if we do another tap, then we would have basically a state where you have snowball here. You would have spring there. We don't know what the snowball is useful for at that point, though. Because you'd still be dealing with this problem with the fire flower being here. And a mushroom in this state. I'm going to take a bit of thinking. Okay, let's try to reverse engineer this. So we know the final state is going to be mushroom, and we're holding a spring. We have the mushroom, we're standing on POW, we get out. How do we get there? Currently the issue is to get back here with the mushroom. Which we can do, but yeah, I feel like I'm missing something from doing things that are slightly more complex than we actually need, but basically what's the obstacle right now? We got the mushroom, and at that time we have the off state. If we have the off state, then we can't get through here. If we have the mushroom... Oh, whoops. And the question is, are we able to sneak through here, like if we duck? Or do we need to sneak through the middle here? We need mushroom, and we need to toggle back to the... no, we don't need to toggle back on the on state. We need to be in the off state coming out. we're in the off state coming out. Then we need POW to stand on here. And I'm definitely overcomplicating this because we actually just need to kill the spring using a switch toggle, and then we have a spring available here. Because if the issue is just having a spring in that location, we just do it by killing it in this position. So we've massively overcomplicated it. We don't need to do... Oh, that was a problem. Hang on, let's fix that again. And well, we can map out some of this. This is actually simpler than I'm making it look. I'm pretty sure. We're just so accustomed... Whoops, that was a mistake. To complex solutions at this point. That was not a very consequential mistake, though. The only thing... It didn't do anything, actually. It didn't do anything... That was a problem. Yeah, we send a POW up, and then... Yeah, we still have a potential damage issue here, basically. Basically, we would drop the POW. Seems like we need to take damage to proceed with the on-off over there, but... Let's do it this way. In fact... we drop it here. Nope. The opening does need to remain in place. Okay, let's go down. No, CatCube, the entire point of the puzzle stream is that we don't put a timer on these levels. So. We may solve this, we may get stuck, but we're going to be here a while. And that is the entire purpose. Because not a lot of streamers will do puzzle content at length. We are actually quite well acquainted with the ones that do. And so, let's see here. We're going to get back to this one. Let's just try to reestablish our progress. We know how to get the mushroom, and the problem is reestablishing the mushroom after we take damage, which does seem necessary. Okay. So, we need to figure out how to set up some kind of long-range switch toggle. I think that's really the core of it. Like, if you do a snowball roll, that is a long snowball roll, like this, and it hits like this. It's got to be something like that, where you do a very long-range interaction. And set it up from all the way across the screen. Possibly even longer than that, if we can find some way to deflect it. I mean, Snowball's going to make contact anyway. But the thing is, like, basically you kick it over this way, then how do we get upstairs? And why is there any kind of meaningful difference between throwing it from here and throwing it from here? We can't get it through here anyway. Well, let's try some things. I'm switching it back to on. So we know that we can be free to just destroy the spring at any point because it's pretty easy to get from the green pipe up top. And I feel like that's going to be part of the solution at some point, is destroying the spring, the way that we've been doing with the blue pipe. On the bottom right. And, well, yeah, CatCube, a lot of streamers are perfectly transparent about not wanting to play puzzle levels, and you know they say that up front, and people have different expectations of them, and that's fine. They do their thing, I do mine. Likewise, I say up front I don't do much with spike precision, so I don't. And I can recommend many people who do and do it very well, so. But it is true that a lot of the puzzle levels won't get played precisely because of their length, and so you do things differently. Okay, we're going to go over to bottom right and hit off. It sends you up. Anyway, I can't afford to lose track of the solution here, so we'll try this a little differently. I think that if you hit off once and lower this, that actually still is within range to send the POW up. Now, let's see what the interaction is once we push it with the snowball. Yeah, it does go all the way up, which is a problem because it means that I can't just ride it. But we can just go back and grab the POW, bring it back down. And the issue is that I can't send myself up through this column here because there's nothing that's going to push me up appropriately. But you can block that position using the POW, and I think that's still going to be the right idea because then the snowball is trapped in the bottom level. And then you have access to an additional switch toggle even after the snowball is blocked. So the idea is that you would toggle the on-off switch once while in this position. This position is going to require you to be small at the time. But basically, if you are in this position and you manage to do the double tap, then you'd be able to send a snowball in the middle here while retaining the off state, perhaps. And that would allow you to do remote activation. The problem still is that we need to basically be in the top right corner while an on-off activation happens. I don't really see an alternative to that unless we can see a way to sneak up through the bottom right. So we can kick this, it'll hit the on-off. Rather too quickly. We can't really beat it up here, I don't think. Unless there's some other kind of drop that we can do. It's not going to be with a throw up top because we know that's not going to retain momentum. But if... well, let's see. Let's reset this bit here first. The other thing that could be possible is taking a spring down with us through here in the off state. And then that would be equivalent to having this, but with a snowball. Like, basically we want this position, but with an additional snowball in the field. Which I think we can do. Yeah, because we used the first mushroom to hit the on-off switch in the bottom left. Okay, good go. Then here we go. Okay. Here we go. We're going to time out on this attempt anyway, but at least we'll explore it a little bit further. Was it just me, or is this level on a shorter time, like a 300 or something? I don't know, we'll check that later. Maybe we've just been burning too much time talking. But yeah, anyway, at this point, what we'll do is we'll actually try to drop the POW on top. And that way... Hang on. It's a little bit difficult to do a soft drop without activating something by mistake, but... And then we do the double tap. Maybe even single tap. Basically, we want to bounce this. And we would have access to an additional on-off switch. Like this. Then we have access to 2 objects up there, which would then allow you to take the POW in the on state and bring it through this door. Bring the spring through this door. No, that's no gain whatsoever. That's zero improvement whatsoever. Yeah, this is exactly the same state that we get into when we enter the level, so unfortunately that's benefit. There doesn't seem to be a way to take the POWs through the door, which is kind of a limitation here as well. I've been assuming all this time we do need to take the spring out with us, but we'll see if that's actually the case in the long run. Or, you know what? That question block over here. We should go there and tap it just to see what it is, because it's possible to do it. We just need to get out here in the off state, which is going to be POW plus spring. We haven't even seen what that question block is, because that might be something relevant. We haven't even looked at it. I don't know if it's just, you know, a little bonus 1-up, or if it's actually going to be relevant to the one screen. But that's suspicious enough that we should check it, and it's easy to get to. That one should not be a problem. We just need to get out here with the off-state plus POW, which is easy enough. And we'll just do that, in fact, just to see what it is. There's no way that's part of the solution, it's just too easily accessible. But we need to be dead certain. In fact, what's stopping me from just grabbing the mushroom now and then going through the door with the POW? Oh, no, because you can't actually enter this with the POW. Okay, yeah, that's right. You would need to kick the POW up in the on state in order to leave with it. We kind of know how to do that. Hang on. We know how to get POW and spring in the top corner. We just don't have the mushroom with that yet. Let's grab that. No, this is a 500-second timer. We were just slow and methodical. Okay, down. Now what we're trying to do is get POW plus spring over to the top right, and myself over to the top right as well, which would require one switch toggle, but then lose the mushroom. That's okay. But we do need access to the POW. However, one switch toggle would also allow you to just take the spring up and jump. And leave the POW there. And that's alright as well, I think. Hang on. Well, let's just see what the question block is on the other side. We can check it, and it's not hard to check. We want to destroy the spring. So we can take it out in the off state. No, logical error here. Pretty big logical error, in fact. Yeah, no, we actually have a big problem here. That still doesn't get me up. Okay. Oops. Come on. Alright, let's try to move this out of the way. Now, we're not going to beat this, I think. Because it's just going to roll too quickly. Unless there's a way that we can set up like the back and forth roll or something. Anyway, at this point, we're kind of jammed here. Yeah, I'm thinking about the question block in the top, in the bottom right in the first room. Maybe there's no. I mean, if we get to the room without the mushroom, that's basically how we would get it. But currently, we don't even know how to establish that. Or at least I thought I did, but we lost track of what was going on. Basically, you need to get out of here in the off state, which still poses a problem of how do I put myself here in the off state? Because it's not going to be through a POW push here, I don't think, unless we have... Actually, what we don't know is Snowball on top, followed by a POW push. That's something we should check, and it's possible to check that. Because we can do that. I still think it's going to be some kind of remote activation using the snowball, you know, at long range. It just looks too much like it's going to be that. Maybe even through something like this slope. Nope. Hang on. Or maybe even, you know, a drop over here. That's not really enough momentum. Here's a wonder. We'll just try a few things. Make sure we know our drop mechanics. Whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. Oh well, that's okay. Alright, let's get back to the mushroom state so we can have a little more flexibility. And if the idea is that we get Snowball up first, we can do that. That would be in the on state, though. Yeah, we still haven't solved the problem, basically, of getting myself up there in the off state. But basically, if you perhaps have the POW bounce part way and stop. Oh, no, I know how to do it. I know how to do it. Tap one side. And then you let the POW push you through the other side. Yes, that's how you do it. Okay. No, I see it. You can do a POW push by putting the POW halfway and then riding it up the other half. This is staring at me in the face the whole time. Whoops, no. Get out. No, that's a little too far over. Nope, we don't want to do that. That was a mistake. Let's tap again and reset this. Get out. It's a little too finicky. No, basically I wanted to POW straight up through the middle, so it bounces against this, but is far enough that we can still ride it. That's totally doable. Let's reset this. Okay, back to the state. Yeah, that's actually such a simple thing. We should have seen it much earlier. The problem with that is, however, that we would still need access to the POW afterwards. Like, if you use it as a lift, then how do I obtain the POW after that? Because I still need to get out of this room, basically. That doesn't help. Looking at a donut block to see if it gives me any insight. Yeah, no, doing that doesn't actually give me anything, because like the POW would still be trapped in the bottom right. Snowball's still trapped in the bottom right. Neither of these objects would be accessible to me. Which is why I wanted to see what happens if we basically have to POW push against the snowball. You know what, there's a very easy way to check this. Let's get the POW out of here first. Let's get access to the snowball. Well, we need to toggle the switch one more time. I'm just going to test a quick thing here, just so we know what the physics are. Oops, hang on. Okay, so I'm going to place the POW... No, not here. I'm going to place... this here. I'm going to hit once. Oh, no, I needed to hit twice. Okay, my mistake. Or is it? No, we can do it. We can do it. What we'll do is just a bit of a test. And if we don't accidentally break anything. The snowball is up here. What happens when we send the POW at this point? Does it lift the snowball? Yes, it does. Okay. The snowball bounces against the POW harmlessly, I think. When it just comes up directly. Well, we can check that too, in fact. But I'm pretty sure it's the case, because we checked that earlier. Snowball bounces up harmlessly, but if you take the POW away, then you can take a snowball. But this still doesn't solve the problem of how to roll the snowball, basically, down to the on-off switch. You still need some kind of deflection or some other thing. Maybe it's going to be a snowball drop from up here onto the spring down below. About 50 seconds to do it. I feel like a straight drop isn't going to do it, though, just given the drop physics in this game. Whoops. Because if you drop from here, that's still... Yeah, it kind of bounces slightly. Maybe it wouldn't just go straight up. We'll carry some forward momentum with it. In which case, we should leave this here. And then try it. No, it just goes straight up. That's what I feared. Like if we can roll it. Oh, whoops, not like that.
Oh, no.
Roll it and beat it. And then we'd have the POW block over here, but then we wouldn't have anything to take with us. Surprisingly tricky. Yeah. Definitely there's that added complication here. Basically, we need to figure out how to set it up such that we can run ahead of the snowball and get back into the top right before the snowball hits. Possibly we just, you know, kind of jump and let go, and then... Yeah, no, that's too fast. We need to roll it, not throw it. Okay, let's try this again. One thing I want to check here, actually, is the POW spawn interaction on spring. It just overlaps, okay. That seems important. Anyway, we need to take damage for the off switch, but if we can find some way to not do that... You know, by, for example, figuring out how to deflect the snowball onto the bottom right. I think it's just going to hit the wall, though, if we do that. Let's try to play with some setups here. Just to see. So I'm not mistaken. I mean, we can take the POW up anytime we want. But we need to kill the spring in order to reuse it. On the top level. Which we can do. But let's just do this by example. I think what's going to happen is if we chuck it like this, it just bounces against the wall on the right side. Whoops, not like that, obviously. But I'm trying to accelerate it across. The little slope down in the bottom right is what strikes me as suspicious here. Yeah, that's what I thought would happen. But if there's a way to do some kind of slow roll with it... and get it to hit remotely. Because I do think that looks suspicious. That, you know, perhaps you're supposed to hit the icicle to set up something on the right side. It's not going to be with the POW, obviously, because the snowball would just strike the POW. Yeah, I'm not seeing how else to hit the on-off switch, basically, if not with damage in the bottom right. And you do take damage and get back into the current state. And then you have this issue where you just can't hit the on-off switch another time. Like if you double tapped it, which was the idea I had earlier, then it looks like I'm trapped in the bottom right. Where basically we'd have to figure out how to go up, but still be able to obtain the POW. Because being pushed to the center with the kind of half-tile POW idea that I heard earlier seemed to be fine, except you don't get the POW on the other side at the end of that. It just keeps on bouncing around indefinitely over here, which is a problem. You know, one thing we hadn't considered is spin jumping. Whether a spin jump on top of a snowball strategically placed could get me across something we might not otherwise have thought about. I don't think so. Yeah, so this is just going to bounce up against the POW. And you can obtain the snowball at any point by taking away the POW. We've thought of that much. We're not really even using the reset doors right now, and that's a big problem. Because we know we can take objects through them, we just can't take the POW through them. But then what purpose would there be to ever take the spring from one to the other? I guess if you're spawning into this in the off state, and you want to take the spring through with you, then you have off. And yeah. I think what we want to do is we actually do want to kill the spring, and then it would respawn over in the top right. But then we don't have a way to hit the on switch a second time. I think we have an additional tap here, let's say. Then we have access to the snowball. I think the double tap idea was getting close. We need to try it again. We've been on this one a little while now, but that's what somewhat minimalist puzzles would do to you. You're just sitting around for quite some time until one particular step is going to click. And it's usually some kind of complicated setup. We'll try the double tap idea again just to see if we can progress with it, because I feel like it's the closest one to being productive. We send a snowball up. Yeah, that's not useful, so we'll do this. We'll get the POW. I feel like using a spring plus snowball here is close to something good. It looks too convenient to be coincidental. Okay. Drop here. And here. So, we're going to do this thing again with POW on the upper level. It's going to block the snowball. Snowball is going to be toggled in the middle here. Maybe we want to do this respawning into the room with the mushroom. Yeah, actually, no, I should have done that. We can still do it. What we do... Oh no, now I'm stuck. Hang on. Yeah, no, we go through the door once, then we respawn into this room with the mushroom in the top left instead. No, we can't do that because it'll be a fire flower if we are big going into the room. Yeah, no, that's the reason we didn't do it. I knew there was a reason we didn't do it. You have to keep so many logical constraints in mind when you play these. Anyway. No, because I was thinking, like, why don't we just go through the door and try to reset the flower into the mushroom? But actually, if you're in the on state, then the flower does get reset, because nothing will come out of the blaster while you're in the on state. So if you go through the door while you're in the on state, then it's okay to be big, because then you can be big and then you have access to an additional mushroom. Yeah, that's the way we should think about it, is that you're big, then you have the on switch, and then you respawn into the room while big. That's the step I'm missing. It's so simple. Staring me in the face the whole time. Yeah, it's actually so simple. If it's what I think it is. We just didn't think about it logically the whole time. Is that, like, you know, coming back here in the on state with the mushroom is progress, because you can get a second mushroom. And that accounts for the damage that you would take in the bottom right. Can't believe I missed that. Just not even hard. Okay, so what we're going to do... no, there's a big problem with that. Which is that you can only get back to the on state if you are... okay, we need to find out how to do mushroom plus on. Like, having a mushroom while you are in the on state. Okay, so that's not so simple after all. I just completely forgot one of the constraints here. This is why it's probably important to take notes or something while playing these. Because, okay, let's say we toggle. And let's say we come back. So we toggle once, we get a snowball. We're in the on state. The on state blocks the top left. And there's no point in getting back here in the on state if you're losing the mushroom anyhow. So what happens is if you come through here while you're big, it's going to give you a fire flower still in the top left. That's not helpful because this is the exact same state that we had earlier. If, however, you get a POW block over here, you enter this, come out. If you get a POW block and you manage to exit the pipe with it in the on state, which we can do, then you come back with the POW block. Can you do that while big? I don't know that you can. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to take damage once again. Tap once. Send a POW. Up top, we've got multiple ways of doing that. Let's leave with the POW. Let's try this again. This is one of the first things we tried in the level, and we need to try it again. Come back here. You have access to the spring. You have access to snowball. So the only improvement that you have over the initial state is that you have a POW before this first switch activation. Why does that matter? Because at any point you can use the POW to destroy the snowball. And then you can use that to respawn another one afterwards. Which would potentially give you spring plus snowball in a middle position. And preserve a snowball. No. We're still short a snowball no matter what we do here. Let's figure this out. But let's say you have a spring in the middle position here. You hit the snowball on the on-off switch to the left. It toggles on. Off. Snowball doesn't respawn, but a spring does over here. Also, because the POW's already in the field, the POW is not going to spawn in a pipe. Mushroom spawns in the top left. Yeah, basically I'm trying to find a way to preserve a snowball as an extra that's available while we do the first state switch. And I don't actually see a good way to do it. It might be something with damage frames. Where, for example, if we take damage as in the mushroom form, and then while we are in the bottom right, we do a snowball throw. So the idea is that you would have mushroom... currently we don't have a way to do mushroom plus snowball, but basically if you have invincibility frames here, you take damage, you go to the on-off switch, and while you're in the bottom right, you do an extra switch toggle using a snowball throw all the way from the right. Like... not like that, obviously. But I think if you set up in a particular location like this, and then have the spring located here, and then let's say we're kind of to the left of all of this, like already at the on-off switch past the icicle. You do a bounce, and you can toggle again at any given point. Obviously, we can't get this now because I guess we can because we just activate the POW. Then we have a POW over here. We're going to run out of time on this attempt, but use the POW to go back through pipe. Yeah, no, we've tried that already. There is a problem with that, basically. No, because we've tried that already where we stack the POW in the bottom right, Teener, and we go out with a spring. But the problem is that we can't actually get to that state. Because that would require me to be in the off state while I'm in the top right. We actually don't have that yet. Because of the constraints on where you can roll the snowball. Like, we don't have a way to activate on to off while we're in the top right. And we also don't have a way to carry the POW through the door. Which is a problem. 12 seconds, we'll try to demonstrate that. Because, yeah, that has occurred to me that that's one state that we want to set up, is to have the POW located right here in the off state and then going out with spring. And we just haven't found the way to do it yet. Because that's definitely a solution path we've been talking about. Okay, let's try to set up as before just to get access to the mushroom again, because that's got to be the first stage. Unless we can find a way to preserve an extra snowball, which I don't think I can. So if we hit, we get POW over here. Oh, whoops, that was a mistake. Hang on, let's just reset it. That's an easy reset. Yeah, we just come out here with the mushroom again. How come we didn't do that while big? Because it just gives you the fire flower and it doesn't improve the state. Okay. Put this on the ledge. Almost. Get it halfway down. Yeah, so it doesn't actually improve anything to go through the door with the mushroom because it just goes back to giving you the flower. However, if we send a snowball up in the middle, when we're in the on state, we're able to take the POW back up to the top. Problem is, basically you would need spring plus POW, take the POW up to the top right. We need to destroy the spring and then have the spring available again. In the on state, we climb up through the vine. Maybe I do have this, I just overcomplicated it. But every time I say that, it turns out we actually did understand the complication involved and know why we can't progress. Basically, how do I get there in the off state? How do I get up at all in the off state? I was thinking of bouncing through this with the POW, but you know, with the POW underneath my feet. Or with the POW nudged against one block, which might work. The problem is that we would need some way to destroy the POW if that's the case. This is what we were trying to set up earlier. I'll show it off because I don't think it's actually going to progress in a meaningful fashion. We can turn it back into the on state. And if we turn it back into the on state, we can push through here and still have something like a snowball available. The idea is that you drop like this, And then do a partial drop like this. And have the POW sit about halfway. Oh, can't quite do it. Because Mushroom is bumping up against this. No. No. Yeah, I want to do it halfway. Come on. Not enough room here. We kind of need to toggle the switch first, I think. Let's toggle the switch first. Now, if I were to toggle this again, we can trap a snowball in the off state, which is fine, because then we can turn back on. On state with a POW, go out with a POW, come back. Let's see about this. Because the idea is that I want to push through like this if I can. And try to ride it up partway. Nope, not like that, obviously. It's a little difficult to set up. Let's say we roll it. And I can't get the snowball if I've got the mushroom state either. Yeah, there are basically a whole bunch of logical constraints here that we haven't been able to get in order yet. I kind of feel like I have to draw a diagram or something of what the preconditions are for each one. But anyway, at this point, we would need to hit the off switch and reset this. Whoops. With 150 seconds. This just gets you back to the starting state. Because you would have the POW. And... yeah, we've been staring at this for too long. We may need to give it a bit of a breather. And come back to it. That make us 0 for 2 for Searchlight puzzles today, which is unfortunate. But clearly missing some step here because I have not been terribly organized about doing this as much as I normally would. Let's try drop. Let's think about this. You know the POW at any point gives you door access. You know that the door access would give you a way to get around with the springs. If you're in the on state, then you can have a POW plus spring up on the top right. That's in the on state. How do you turn it back off? So at this point, the only move I really have is taking damage. If you take damage with a spring in this position, then it gives you a snowball up top, which you can then recover in the top position. The problem is that we haven't set up any kind of throw that we can do at that point. I think I need to like basically use my damage frames and basically I don't think I can be invincible long enough to grab a snowball here and run it back. Let's see, because we grab a snowball at this point. Yeah, it takes way too long. But we know how to run the POW up to the top at this point. And what if we destroy... whoops. Destroy the first spring. by placing it on top of the blue blocks. Yeah, we're still in the first few steps of this puzzle. We're definitely missing something. Wait, let's not place this yet. We can just smash the first snowball for no reason and then get a snowball up top. Why would we do it? Oh, I'm... Okay, no. Let's change this. I think I know what's up here. I need to check something quickly. Had I completely forgotten a rule about taking the snowball through the door rather than... Let me check this. I feel like I'm blind to something really obvious here. Oops, come on. Once we set this up. Yeah, let's take damage quickly. Grab a snowball. Let me just check one thing. Just to be absolutely sure I'm clear on this, because we haven't played these in so long. I thought you lose the snowball through... No, you don't lose it through the door. You lose it through the pipe and not through the door. You know, that's the whole thing we were missing the whole time, is I completely forgot, because I do know that you can't take it between subworlds. I completely forgot, in spite of the fact it was solved like hundreds of puzzles probably like this. Well, maybe not hundreds, but certainly dozens of puzzles like this, that you can just take the snowball through the door. That actually solves so much. Potentially, because that's like a whole interaction we weren't using. Because it means at any point, you could just, for example, toggle the off state, have a snowball available up here. With a double tap that we were talking about earlier. By hitting these blocks first, perhaps, using a snowball plus POW, you get up here in the off state. If you have a snowball in the off state up here, then what does that give you? Not much, except the mushroom. It would give you the snowball in the off state with the mushroom. Yeah, it would give you the extra snowball that you've wanted all along, yep. Hang on. I missed something really, really obvious. Like, really, really obvious. And... yeah, the thing is, no, I was thinking in the back of my mind earlier that when we smashed a snowball going between subworlds, I just didn't even bother taking it through the door, in spite of the fact that it's actually, you know, Snowball Puzzle 101. So we just made a huge goof here. That's how you know we haven't been playing enough of these. But yeah, it's going to be the first hit here. We've got the first couple steps down. Alright. Well, that's why we spend time on these. We're bound to remember this eventually. But basically we want to take the snowball through in the off state, which means double tap. And which also means tapping this, because we're not going to be going through there. We're going to be going through the door. There we go. Now we go through here. Then we swap to the mushroom. This is an improvement, right? Because it means that I can get mushroom plus POW, and I have what I need. I think. Let's not do this too quickly here, because if we take the snowball and tap, then that's going to kill the mushroom. So we need to spring there first. And we need to chuck it down there somehow without being trapped on the outside with no snowball. However, we can just toss it on the right side here, perhaps. Or bounce the snowball up first. Yes, bounce it up first. We need to take both objects with us. And so... that's not high enough. Let's put this here for a moment. Let's spring up here. And just a... oh, nope, too far. We messed it up. We messed it up. I actually just needed a spring. No, we should have taken a spring and not the snowball, obviously, because then... no, we needed a string and a snowball. I just needed to drop it accurate. That's okay, this is an easy one to reset. We just take the POW, put it under a snowball, and do this again. Moreover, if we got the snowball in this position... actually, we just grab the mushroom in this position, then we can... re-enter the top. Yeah, no. We just needed to smuggle the snowball and the spring out at the same time, which I believe we can do. Why don't we just chuck it like this? I hope that's obtainable up top. Or we can just jump up the slope and just try to do this carefully. Like a... yeah. Nope. I messed it up. Yeah, no, we just need to chuck this up top. And we messed it up now because I lost access to the snowball. That's okay, we'll start. No, we just need to get both objects out. And that should fix it. Simple fix, I think. In fact, we should try it now. Like, we just do a throw here. Not. No. Yeah, because we need spring plus snowball in this location. Like if we can toss this and we jump out like this, we're gonna slide out. We need to bounce the snowball out first. Because the idea is that if I wind up on top here, I need a way to get the trampoline all the way down. We'll try to do it. Okay, let's do this again. Okay. Now we do the double tap. We figured that out a while ago. We take this out. And that should be an improvement. Okay, so in terms of the order, spring plus mushroom has to go first. Well, ideally, we want the snowball to be available as well. maybe if we're able to just place this. No, hang on. I want to make it so that I'm able to re-obtain the spring afterwards. Should be able to at that point. Yeah, it's high enough. I think. Can I pick it up? Nope. Nope, that's a failure. Okay, that's not going to work. But if you take the snowball out, then you can hit the on-off switch. It would kill the mushroom, so you have to grab the mushroom first. You have to grab the mushroom while retaining the ability to grab the snowball a second time. Because supposing we have the spring and the POW out here first. We have a snowball available. How do I get back there to get the snowball? Well, spring plus POW would be able to raise the snowball again this way. Also, if you grab the mushroom in this state, you'd be able to go through here with the mushroom, which you could always do before, so that's not beneficial. We just need to set it up so that both the spring and the POW come out at the same time. The spring and the snowball come out at the same time. And I feel like it's got to be something like, you know, doing a soft drop down here. And sending it up. Because then you can basically jump to a soft drop like that. No. That is specifically what you can't do. Or you still take damage for one cycle. Yeah, I need to figure out how to get that snowball out of here, basically. It feels like the top corner is designed specifically to make this at least inconvenient. Hopefully possible, but if not possible, then it's certainly at least. Like, it seems like it's discouraging me from trying that, but we'll not be too discouraged yet. Okay, let's try this again. Double tap. So far, this looks to correct, basically. If you turn it back to on, well, that doesn't help. We basically want to restore this state, but with a mushroom. And in fact, this state, but with a mushroom instead of a flower, is exactly what we get if we go through the door now. And if we came back out with the snowball, then basically we would have turned the flower back into a mushroom at that point. And that's the improvement that we get. But how do we improve on this? Well, if you get the mushroom and you take damage, you hit off. You would have access to the snowball in the same position as before. Now the problem is that we basically need to hit an on-off switch without using the mushroom. And it needs to stay off, so we can escort the POW to the top. The only way this is going to work is if we get out in the off state, because otherwise the flagpole is blocked on the other side. So if we take the snowball out, we take a spring out, we grab the mushroom, we have an extra snowball while we are still off. Then we can take the mushroom, we take the... It doesn't work. Does not work. logically speaking. However, we can do the thing that I said much earlier, which is take damage with the snowball and send it all the way across. Right to left. Over to slopes. It's possible to do that kind of setup, but we can get both objects out. Yeah, problem currently is... we'd need to be able to do that. Then do like a short little bounce. No. Or maybe just a little spin jump and a throw. Perhaps. In that position. We need to practice that throw, basically, and see how we can do it. Because currently... no. Yeah, a small tap there might be able to work. Let's just restart. Because basically we want to do a really tiny tap and release. That. And we should be able to do it. No, that's too big a tap. It's really hard to do a controlled tap there. We don't want to get that far into the level just to blow it. I just want to check to make sure we can do it, because if we can basically get the spring up while retaining the snowball, then we have significant progress. Okay, we did it. So that's basically the exact thing we have to do to get this up plus snowball. And that's still going to run into a logical problem, but we'll deal with that when we get to it. And there's still a problem with this method that I see. It seems awfully specific as well. It's actually harder in both of the escape rooms that we did earlier today. Whoops. Yeah, eventually the end state is going to be using the POW as the platform in the top right. We still don't know how to get the POW up there yet. At least the POW plus myself. Might have to be something like figuring out how to drop a POW on top of a spring with a switch activation, which we apparently don't have. Anyway, let's take damage with a double tap. That's going to be a necessary step, I think. It's definitely a strict improvement on what we had, because it allows you to reset the flower into a mushroom with no other changes to the state. That's what we want. No, we forgot to block this. Okay, my mistake. Hang on. I messed it up. Let's redo it. Okay. So we can get this state basically plus a snowball. We know how to do it. It's a bit tricky, execution-wise, because we need to do that weird spin jump thing, but it is possible. Okay, let's remember to tap the ceiling this time. Then we drop. Then swap over to this location. Then we double tap. No. Can't kill the snowball like that. Hang on. Just start over. Let's do it without the snowball kill. Let's try it again. Nope, hang on. Having all kinds of execution errors. Anyway, gives you the POW, gives you the mushroom. Let's try to at least get a clean attempt with the method that would have established. Where you have this spin throw up top. I feel like that's still not going to get me what I want because we still don't have a way to get the POW up, but... we'll figure it out. Okay. Whoops. Let's be extra careful here with a double tap so we don't kill the snowball. There we go. A little bit dangerous. Okay, so this is progress. Let's try to do the spin throw thing. A very gentle tap. I don't know if that was far enough. And we won't know until we check the camera up top. Yes, maybe. Yes, we got it. Now let's be extra careful here, so we don't accidentally blow anything up prematurely. Drop the snowball and go back upstairs. Grab this one. Grab the mushroom. Let's not do this one yet. Let's get the POW. And what we can do is we can send the POW up now into the middle. And then do one tap to turn it back on. So I can get through. Now, here's the problem. Yeah, I see the problem. We can't revert back into a second mushroom at this point, so I can't tap with the mushroom. This is going to be an issue. Because after we hit this, then what? Because let's say we send a POW up here right now, which we can do. If we tap the on-off, then we are able to get up into the top and get out with the POW and get back in, which we were always able to do anyway. That doesn't give you the off state. However, you can get into the top right now with the mushroom and the snowball in the off state. You can't get there with the POW. The only way to get the POW up there is to use the spring here. Unfortunately, that doesn't get me up there. And it would not get me up there unless we have a... second... let's see, because if we basically do the half tile thing with Pio, again, we are able to get up there. In fact, we just have to Powell in this location. We can get on top of it. And for instance, hit an on-off switch and drop it heart way. So what you would do is you would have something like this. Let's be really careful around a snowball so we don't blow it up too soon. But basically, if you have the POW kind of sitting halfway like this, and then you would be able to bounce it. Hang on, to be really careful here. And then bounce it on top of the spring with a switch activation, and then it would send you up. And it would send a POW up as well. I think that's what we need. Is we need to get on top of the POW and then have a switch activation be the thing that sends you up. The issue is, of course, that we send a snowball there quickly enough. Like if we have this on this side, and if we have the POW on top, halfway, and we're standing on this position here, the POW is going to send us up, but it's not going to send a snowball. That's still a problem. We know how to get the POW up now, but not ourselves. We can get the POW through while big. That's not the issue. Let's just try to demonstrate as much as we can, because this is the only way that we can get the POW up in the first place. Minus... Oh, you know what? If we just hit the on-off switch on the left side, we can just jump on a spring, take the POW through... That still doesn't solve the problem. That still doesn't solve the problem. I think big plus POW at this stage is actually still something new that we can do. So you know what? Let's just hit this. And we can get more snowballs. Using that snowball to hit something is of course a different question, but and of course, being big here, we can't get through now. We'd have to send it through right side. I'm big. Can I get through it all? Yes, I can. But not while we're holding an object. We can send a POW through with a spring. Then we can get out as mushroom plus POW in the on state, which is one step away from what we need. We can get out here with the POW, but in the wrong state. And we can come back with the POW while big. Yes, actually, that's enough. That's enough to do it. Because we would have one extra switch activation from being big that is available at this point. And then we would have one extra snowball. No. It doesn't do it. Maybe it does, because we would be able to toss the mushroom into a different location. And basically suspend the mushroom until necessary. Okay, let's try to get back into this state. Where we have mushroom plus POW going back into this room, which I think is actually a new state. We hadn't really done much to get out with the mushroom earlier because, yeah, we actually hadn't gotten out with the mushroom before, so this is something new. This is something new, so we are progressing. I mapped this out much earlier in the stream, and I have to reconstruct what I was saying earlier now, because I did think I had a solution path from that point where we have the mushroom coming out the door with us in the on state. I just don't remember what that solution path was because we set it so long ago. But I think we should have it. At this point, we will jump over here. We will activate both of these. Drop this and regain access to a snowball with a double tap. After the double tap, we'll place this. And then we have to be very careful with the spin throw up top, so we don't lose access to the snowball. It has to be a very light tap. Good, got it. And didn't lose it, which is important. Let's place the snowball safely. Yeah, so coming out with the on state is fun. Let's grab the mushroom first, before anything else happens. It's a very small incremental improvement on our previous state, but a meaningful one. Nope. All the execution mistakes that could go wrong. That was, I think, actually just a moment of input lag or something. That's okay. We have the tools to get back into the state quickly. Alright, now let's not blow the throw. We just got it once cleanly and... Alright, got it? Now let's grab this. Let's not flub the mushroom this time. A lot of tricky little setups here. Some room for execution mistakes for sure. Okay, so now let's try to re-enter with the POW in the on state. I actually don't know if the POW will matter, because in the on state you can take out anything you want. But the POW would be the thing that gives you the most actual progress. It is slightly easier to drop the POW after the first switch activation. It's a little less fussy to do it that way. As then you're not standing on the edge here and trying to jump. So let's do the activation. Let's try to send the POW up. Snowball up there as well, but not really that consequential. Here's what we're going to do. We know it's possible to fit in that slot because of the sliding interaction on the ice. We know it's possible. And we get out with the POW. Do we want to get out with the POW, or do we do a state switch taking the snowball back in the on state? No, that doesn't do anything consequential. Let's get out. Now this is all we can do for the moment, so we go back in. And this is an improved solution because now we have an extra snowball thanks to being able to take damage with the off switch. What we need to do is we need to take damage and have a mushroom placed up here. We need to escort a mushroom here, basically. I think we can do it. It's tricky, but if you take damage, you can spawn a new mushroom. Oh, but then how do we get it down? This is still a problem. Yeah, I think if this attempt isn't working, we will postpone to next time and we'll have to call this stream because we've been running a bit long. But it seems like we have made progress. We've managed to get to this state with the clear condition. It's just that we still have the fundamental problem of how to do the switch activation. Because you can do the switch activation and you can get out with the... Yeah, because basically you need mushroom POW off in the top right. We're still basically one step away from being able to set that up. Because we can't take the POW through the door and we can't get through to the top right with the mushroom if the gate is shut. So this is still not an improvement. But I seem to recall that we could do maybe... Yeah, I was talking about doing Small Mario plus off plus POW much earlier. Because that would give us access to the question block that is in the top right of... Sorry, bottom right of the opening room. Bottom right of the opening room, yeah. Yeah, we're gonna call it after this attempt, I think. We have established enough information to return to this and make significant progress. Basically, in the current state, if you hit the on-off switch... We've been on this one for 2 hours. Hit the on-off switch, it spawns a fire flower in the current state. However, you take damage, then you have a mushroom and you have an extra snowball that we didn't have before in the current state. If we leave the POW in this position, then what happens? Well, let's take damage and let's find out. We get a mushroom. We could have lowered all of these to grab a new mushroom. And then basically we would have the same state that we used to have, except with an extra snowball. An extra snowball is good, because it means that for the first interaction here, we don't need to take damage on the on-off switch. We can throw the snowball and get a second snowball. Like I said, we're going to call it, but I just want to take a look at this briefly, because that was an improvement. If we have an extra snowball, then after we grab the mushroom, we can hit the on-off switch once and we remain big. Then we get a second snowball. And the problem is how to set up the second snowball to hit the on-off switch while I am in the top right. That is still the problem. That we don't know how to set up a snowball activation in this position. And of course, all the while I've been thinking about, you know, using Spring plus POW to push myself up here. But that doesn't seem to work very well. I wonder if it's actually going to be using a snowball as a way to suspend the POW. Like if you can stack on top of a power something. Yeah, but the thing is, we just can't get the power through the door. That's just still a problem. We're going to come back to it. But we have to go for today. Who's got this one so far? Yeah, Itchy Knee has it, Ape Taster has it, we know them from the puzzle community. Yeah, so we're 0 for 2 in Search Select today, but that gives us a lay of the land, and we definitely improved our position. We definitely managed to get something like an extra mushroom or an extra snowball at a certain point. It's just that there's still this one fundamental interaction of toggling the switch back to off to unlock the flag that we don't have. And we'll have to figure that out. But we've got a lot of the ingredients together. Well, that was half the stream by itself, so thank you for bearing with that. We did solve escape rooms earlier today, though, so it felt fairly productive. So we will send you off to somewhere else. Thank you so much for watching. We'll be back later this week. Possibly with more Maker, possibly with a continuation, but I also have some other alternatives in mind. And if you want to keep up with any of that, you are free to join us on the Discord. Let's see where we will go today. And yeah, thanks for sticking around, Meg. I will pass you folks on to somewhere else. See you there in a moment. And, oh yeah, usual thank you and farewell message, of course, which is that have a wonderful week ahead of you with whatever it is you're playing and solving, hopefully, more successfully than I have. And above all, fare thee well.